हेलो फ्रेंड्स, नए एग्जाम डेट यहाँ पे घोषित किए गए हैं जो कि जनवरी के मंथ दिन ये एग्जाम चलेगा। एग्जाम दिए थे चूंकि इसमें 40,000 से छात्रों की संख्या करीब पटना में आयोजित किया जाएगा। देखिएगा शिफ्ट का है, छोटे एग्जाम्स हैं और यहाँ पे देखिएगा प्रथम पाली द्वितीय पाली का अलग अलग समय है, जिससे प्रथम पाली में आपका हिंदी उर्दू
Let's move further. Question number 8. Which of the following are envisaged under right to equality in Constitution of India? Before we look into the question, let's have a look over the diagram. Now, this is something which I have picked from the NCERT directly. It clearly lists down that what all rights are available under which right. Okay. When it comes to right to equality, we have equality before law, equal protection of law, prohibition of discrimination on various grounds, equal access to public shops, hotels, wells, etc. Equal opportunity in public employment, abolition of untouchability, abolition of titles. Coming to right to freedom, you have these very rights. Okay. Precisely this option is asked. Practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. Right to exploitation contains these two rights. Right to freedom of religion has these many rights, 4 rights. Cultural and educational rights have these 2 rights. Protection of language, culture of minorities and right of minorities to establish educational institution. We have Article 32, right to constitutional remedies. Now let's have a look over the question. Now the question is asking, which of the following are there under the right to equality, which is provided from Article 14 to Article 18? Equal access to shop, yes, this is provided under Article 15. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, again Article 15. Right of minorities to establish educational institution, no, it is provided under cultural and educational rights, which is under Article 30. Abolition of untouchability, yes, provided under Article 17. Right to practice any profession, no, it is provided under right to freedom, okay, which is there under Article 19. So here the correct answer would be B, 1, 2 and 4 only. Now, we also have a previous year question in this regard. Which of the following categories of fundamental rights incorporate protection against untouchability as a form of discrimination? We discussed right now. This is something which is provided under Article 17 and it is related to right to equality. Moving further. Now, question number 9. In the Constitution of India, raising the standards of living and equitable distribution of resources primarily forms part of which one of the following? Okay. So it primarily forms a part of the DPSP because 7th schedule basically deals with division of power between the center and the state. Fundamental rights are basically related to ensuring equality in the political domain and in the social domain mainly. Okay. It does not, relates with ensuring economic equality, which is one of the primary goals of DPSP. And fundamental duties basically refers to the ethical and moral obligation which we have as citizens towards the nation. Okay, so the correct answer here is C. Let's understand what is DPSP with the help of this diagram. So DPSP, which is provided in part 4th of the Indian Constitution, basically lists down. We also have a previous year question which relates to right to property. So the question is, what is the position of right to property in India? So it is currently a legal right which is available to any person. Okay. It is not a fundamental right, okay, and it is not only available to citizens. There are certain fundamental rights which are available only to citizens, okay, but right to property is no more a fundamental right. It is a legal right which is available to any person in India currently. Yes. Question number 6. It is a very straightforward question. Consider the following pairs: the source and the features which are borrowed from, from where we have borrowed these very features. Now to understand this question, let's look into the diagram. Okay, so these are the features which we borrowed from British Constitution, first past the post parliamentary form, idea of rule of law, institution of speaker and his role, lawmaking procedure. USA, we adopted fundamental rights and power of judicial review and independence of judiciary. Canada, we adopted quasi-federal form of government and the idea of residual powers. French, principle of liberty, equality and fraternity. Irish Constitution, we adopted DPSP. Now, let's go back to the question. Now, what we have discussed, we can understand that these two options are incorrect. Why? Because from Irish Constitution, we borrowed DPSP and from Canada, we adopted the idea of residual powers. So here the correct answer would be B. Only 3 pairs are correct. Let's move further. Now, question number 7. It says that consider the following statement. Statement number 1 says, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar considered Article 32 as the heart and soul of the Constitution of India. Statement number 2 says, Article 32 of the Constitution of India provides the right to constitutional remedies. So the question, let's look at the question. We have already discussed that it was pronounced by the 42nd Amendment. To 61st Amendment, it basically lowered the voting age from 21 years to 18 years, okay, when it comes to Lok Sabha as well as State Legislative Assembly elections. Let's move further. We also have a previous year question which relates to right to property. So the question is, what is the position of right to property in India? So it is currently a legal right which is available to any person, okay. It is not a fundamental right, okay. And it is not only available to citizens. There are certain fundamental rights which are available only to citizens. Okay. But right to property is no more a fundamental right. It is a legal right which is available to any person in India currently. Yes. Question number 6. It is a very straightforward question. Consider the following pairs. The source and the features which are borrowed from, from where we have borrowed these very features. In order to understand this question, let's look into the diagram. Okay, so these are the features which we borrowed from British Constitution, first past the post parliamentary form, idea of rule of law, institution of speaker and his role, lawmaking procedure. USA, we adopted fundamental rights and power of judicial review and independence of judiciary. Canada, we adopted quasi-federal form of government and the idea of residual powers. French, principle of liberty, equality and fraternity. Irish Constitution, we adopted DPSP. Now, let's go back to the question. Now, what we have discussed, we can understand that these two options are incorrect. Why? Because from Irish Constitution, we borrowed DPSP and from Canada, we adopted the idea of residual powers. So here the correct answer would be B. Only 3 pairs are correct. Let's move further. Now, question number 7. It says that consider the following statement. Statement number 1 says, because from Irish Constitution, we borrowed DPSP and from Canada, we adopted the idea of residual powers. So here the correct answer would be B. Only 3 pairs are correct. Let's move further. Now, question number 7. It says that consider the following statement. Statement number 1 says, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar considered Article 32 as the heart and soul of the Constitution of India. Statement number 2 says, Article 32 of the Constitution of India provides the right to constitutional remedies. Now, here the correct answer is A, because both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct and statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement number 1. Why? Because in case your fundamental rights are getting violated, you can directly approach to the Supreme Court, okay, under Article 32. And in order to restore your fundamental right, the Supreme Court has been given the power that it can issue various writs, okay, like habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto, certiorari, etc. Okay, so that is why the answer here would be A. Let's move further. Question number 8. Which of the following are envisaged under right to equality in Constitution of India? Before we look into the question, let's have a look over the diagram. Now, this is something which I have picked from the NCERT directly. It clearly lists down that what all rights are available under which right. Okay, when it comes to right to equality, we have equality before law, equal protection of law, prohibition of discrimination on various grounds, equal access to public, shops, hotels, wells, etc., equal opportunity in public employment, abolition of untouchability, abolition of titles. Coming to right to freedom, you have these very rights. Okay. Precisely this option is asked. Practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. Right to exploitation contains these 2 rights. Right to freedom of religion has these many rights, 4 rights. Cultural and educational rights have these 2 rights. Protection of language, culture of minorities and right of minorities to establish educational institution. We have Article 32, right to constitutional remedies. Now let's have a look over the question. Now the question is asking, which of the following are there under the right to equality, which is provided from Article 14 to Article 18? Equal access to shop, yes, this is provided under Article 15. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, again Article 15. Right of minorities to establish educational institution, no, it is provided under cultural and educational rights, which is under Article 30. Abolition of untouchability, yes, provided under Article 17. Right to practice any profession, no, it is provided under right to freedom, okay, which is there under Article 19. So the correct answer would be B, 1, 2 and 4 only. Now, we also have a previous year question in this regard. Which of the following categories of fundamental rights incorporate protection against untouchability as a form of discrimination? We discussed right now. This is something which is provided under Article 17 and it is related to right to equality. Moving further. Now, question number 9. Which of the following categories of fundamental rights incorporate protection against untouchability as a form of discrimination? We discussed right now. This is something which is provided under Article 17 and it is related to right to equality. Moving further. Now, question number 9. In the Constitution of India, raising the standards of living and equitable distribution of resources primarily forms part of which one of the following? Okay. So it primarily forms a part of the DPSP because 7th schedule basically deals with division of power between the center and the state. Fundamental rights are basically related to ensuring equality in the political domain and in the social domain mainly. Okay, it does not, relates with ensuring economic equality, which is one of the primary goals of DPSP. And fundamental duties basically refers to the ethical and moral obligation which we have as citizens towards the nation. Okay, so the correct answer here is C. Let's understand what is DPSP with the help of this diagram. So DPSP, which is provided in part 4th of the Indian Constitution, basically lists down the goals, these goals. Here you can understand raising the standard of equitable, raising the standard of living, equitable distribution of resources, which is primarily mentioned under Article 38 and 39. Okay, so these are the goals which we as a society wants to, achieve, the policies which the government should follow, and it also lists down certain non-justiciable rights which the citizens should enjoy apart from the fundamental rights. What does this word non-justiciable means? That if the government is not enforcing these rights, you cannot go to the courts for enforcement of these rights. Okay. So this is regarding the DPSP. You also have a previous year question, which again is related to the lines on which we have framed the question. Under the Constitution, concentration of wealth, which is basically talking about economic inequality, violates the right to equality? No, it basically relates to the equality in political and social domain. DPSP? Yes. Okay. Right to freedom? No. And concept of welfare? No, because this is not something which is primarily mentioned, explicitly mentioned in the Indian Constitution, that concentration of wealth violates the concept of welfare, because I know most of the students were confused between option B and option D. But read the question. Again, under the Indian Constitution, they're asking. So under the Indian Constitution, primarily, if concentration of wealth is happening, it is violating the DPSP Article 38 and 39, which basically talks about doing away with the economic inequality and ensuring equitable distribution of material resources. Let's move further. Question number 10. Now it relates to the proportional representation system and first past the post system. Before we look into this question, let's just understand what is the difference between the two modes of or two systems of election. First is first past the post system, which we have adopted in India when it comes to Lok Sabha as well as for the elections of State Legislative Assembly. So under FPTP, the whole country is divided into small geographical units called constituencies. In India, we have 543 constituencies. Okay. But when you look at the proportional representation, there are two variations. One is the entire country could be considered as a single constituency. Okay. And then whatever vote share a party is getting, based on that, the seats would be allocated among the parties. Another variation is they divide the country into very large constituencies. So from one constituency, you can have multiple representatives. So how the seats would be allocated? Now for every constituency, the parties would be coming up with a list based on the number of representatives that have to be elected from that particular constituency. And according to the vote share that a particular party is getting, these seats would be distributed among the parties. Okay. When it comes to FPTP, every constituency elects one representative. But as I told you, one variation of proportional representation which is prevalent in Argentina and Portugal, okay, wherein multiple constituencies are there, therein more than one representative could be elected from one constituency. Okay. And when I say that whole country is considered as a single constituency, this is something that you observe in Israel and Netherlands. Then when it comes to first past the post system, here you vote for the candidate. You don't vote for the party, you vote for the candidate. But when it comes to proportional representation, you do not vote for the candidate, rather you vote for the party. This is applicable to both the variations that we discussed with regard to proportional representation. Then here a party may get more seats than the votes in the legislature. Okay, because here the seats are not allocated on the basis of the vote share which a particular party is getting. Okay. So the votes which are going to the losing candidates, they go as waste. But when it comes to the proportional representation, every party would be getting the seats in proportion to their vote share. Okay. So the winning candidate does not need to get majority votes. Let's understand with the help of example. A, B, C. 30% vote, 30% vote. C is getting 31%. Okay. So this makes around 91%. D is getting 9%. So here the winning candidate, who is the C, you can see that he has not attained 50% plus 1 votes. Okay. All he has made sure is he is getting more number of votes as compared to the other candidates. Okay. So this is what we see in FPTP. But in case of proportional representation, you need to get the majority of the votes in order to be elected. Okay. This is something you can very well understand. We have quota for when it comes to the presidential election. So the winning candidate need to surpass that quota requirement. Okay. Which is the majority votes. So FPTP is prevalent in UK and India. When it comes to proportional representation, it is prevalent in Israel, Netherlands, Argentina and Portugal. Why India adopted first past the post system? Because it's quite simple. It gives clear choice to the voters between the candidates and the party. And it also, makes sure that the voters are able to hold their representative accountable. Okay, because they know that, okay, this is the representative who is representing my constituency. So they can hold that elected representative accountable. Okay, so these were primarily the reasons on account of which India went with first past the post system when it comes to Lok Sabha as well as the elections for the state legislative assembly. And another reason is the first past the post system enables formation of a stable government. Okay, because here the seats are not divided on the basis of the vote share that a particular party is getting, which is there in the proportional representation. Let's move further. Now, question number 11, with reference to advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, we have to look into the statement. So, advisory jurisdiction of Now, question number 11, with reference to advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, the seats are not divided, are able to hold system something more 9, which basically material pass the post system. Before we look into this question, let's just understand what is the difference distributed with regard to seats for the first past the post system, wherein the precedent statement. Let's move further. Now, question number 11. With reference to advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, we have to look into the statement. So, advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court basically relates to Article 143 of the Indian Constitution, wherein the President can seek the advice of the Supreme Court on two matters. One, if there is any important question of law or there is, and some important public issue which is there. Second, if any dispute is arising on account of pre-constitutional treaty or agreement. Now, when I talk about first case, wherein the President is seeking the advice on any important question of law or any important public issue, in that regard, the Supreme Court may tender or may refuse to tender its opinion. But when it comes to the second ground, that is a dispute which is arising on account of pre-constitutional treaty or agreement, in that regard, the Supreme Court must tender its opinion, okay, on that particular issue which is there. But the opinion which is given by the Supreme Court under its advisory jurisdiction is merely advisory. It is not considered to be as a judicial pronouncement. That is why it is not binding on the President. So the President may accept that legal opinion or he may refuse the legal opinion. The question arises that why we are seeking the opinion of the court on a particular issue. That is to get authoritative legal opinion on a particular important matter and to avoid further litigation in the future. Okay. Now let's have a look over the statement. Statement number 1 says, the President of India can seek the opinion of the Supreme Court on any question of law. This is something that we discussed. It's correct. Statement number 2, President of India is bound to accept any such advice given by the Supreme Court. This is absolutely incorrect because we discussed that the advice given by the Supreme Court under its advisory jurisdiction is not binding on the President. So here the answer would be A. Only one is correct. Question number 12. In this, we have to consider the statement with regard to the amendment procedure of the Constitution. Before we look into the statements, let's just understand the amendment procedure of the Constitution. So when it comes to the initiation of the constituent amendment bills, it can be introduced in either house of the parliament but not in the state legislature. It can be introduced either by a minister or by a private member, and it does not require prior recommendation of the President for its introduction. Okay. When it comes to the passage of the constituent amendment bills, we need special majority of the different houses of the parliament. Okay. So each house has to pass that constitutional amendment bill with special majority separately. However, if that constitutional amendment bill relates to amending the federal feature, okay, then we need special majority of the two houses of the parliament plus ratification from half of the state legislature. And the state legislature have to ratify that constitutional amendment bill with simple majority only. Okay. And there is no mechanism of joint sitting of the two houses of the parliament in case there is disagreement between the two houses. Okay. This is being done to make sure that, the two houses are on the same level when it comes to constitutional amendment bill. There is no supremacy of the Lok Sabha when it comes to constitutional amendment bills. When it comes to giving the assent to the constitutional amendment bill, 24th Constitutional Amendment Act, as we discussed in the previous question, has made it binding on the President that he has to give assent to the constitutional amendment bill. Okay. He cannot withhold his assent. He cannot return that constitutional amendment bill for the reconsideration of the parliament. Okay. So President is bound to give his or her assent when it comes to constitutional amendment bill. This was something which was made through 24th Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay. Let's have a look over the. So statement number 1 says a bill for the purpose can be initiated in either house of the parliament and not in the state legislature. This is correct. We discussed right now. Statement number 2, it can be introduced only by a minister with the prior recommendation of the President. No. It can be introduced by a minister also or by a private member, and it does not require prior permission of the President for its introduction. Statement number 3, a joint sitting cannot be held for an amendment bill in case of disagreement among the two houses of the parliament. This is correct. We discussed right now. So the correct answer here is C, 1 and 3 only. Let's move further. We also have a previous year question which relates to amendment procedure of the Constitution. Statement number 1, a bill amending the Constitution requires prior recommendation of the President of India. Absolutely incorrect. Statement number 2, when a constituent amendment bill is presented to the President, he is obligatory to give his or her assent. This is something which is correct as we discussed. This was provided by 24th Constitutional Amendment Act. Statement number 3, a constituent amendment bill must be passed by both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha by special majority. Okay, we discussed that both houses have to pass this constitution amendment bill through special majority separately. And there is no provision of joint sitting. This is correct. So correct answer here would be 2 and 3. So option B would be the correct answer. Let's move further. Question number 13. Which of the following are the features of federalism? Before we look into the statements, let's just understand what is federalism. So federalism is when you have dual polity. You have one government at the union level, the other government at the state level. And the power of these two levels of the government is outlined in the constitution itself. So both the levels of government, they derive their power from the constitution itself. Okay. However, what happens when there is unitary form of government? The supreme power lies in the hand of the unitary government, the government which is there at the central level. And it is the central government which is going to determine that whether to create a state level government or not, and what powers the state level government are supposed to, exercise. That is also determined by the central government when there is unitary form of government. Now, when you talk about the features of the, federal polity, so you have dual polity, you have two levels of government. The division of power is prescribed in the constitution, and the two levels of the government derive their power from the constitution itself. And you have independent judiciary, which is there to maintain the supremacy of the constitution. That is to make sure that the government at both the levels are performing their functions within the limits which is prescribed by the constitution. And the independent judiciary is also there so that it could very well, settle the disputes which are there between the center and the state level government. Now let's have a look over the statement. Statement 1 says there are two or more levels of government. This is correct. Statement number 2 says court have the power to interpret the constitution. Again, it's correct. Independent judiciary. Statement number 3, sources of revenue of each level of government are clearly specified. This is also correct. Statement number 4, the subunits are subordinate to the central government. No, it is a feature of unitary form of government. So therefore, the correct answer here would be B, 1, 2 and 3 only. Question number 14, which of the following events happened earlier? It is a very factual question. So the last Lok Sabha general election, which was held along with the election of state legislative assembly, was in 1967. Operation Vijay to integrate Goa into India was in 1961. Passing of State Reorganization Act 1956 and formation of Swatantra Party 1959. So it is option number C, that is passing of State Reorganization Act, which was the earliest among the following events. Passing of State Reorganization Act, which was the earliest among the following events. Question number 15. Which one of the following majority is required when we intend to amend the constitutional provision which are related to distribution of power between the center and the state? Okay, so we are trying to amend a federal feature. So when it comes to amending the federal feature, we discussed in the previous question, you require the majority which is mentioned under Article 368, Clause 2. Okay. That means we need special majority of the two houses of the parliament plus ratification of half of the state legislatures, and they have to ratify with simple majority. So the correct answer here would be B, by special majority and the consent of half of the states. Okay. Although we have discussed the correct answer, but let me make you understand that what are the different kinds of majority which are there. Okay, because I have seen that majority of you are confused between different kinds of majority. So first is absolute majority. This kind of majority is not needed when it comes to functioning of the parliament. This majority is basically used for formation of government at the center as well as at the state level. Okay. So this absolute majority basically relates to majority of the total membership of the house. That means in case of Lok Sabha, the total membership is 545. So you need this much number, 273, to form the government. Second is effective majority. So effective majority is majority of the effective strength of the house. What is effective strength? So effective strength is you minus the vacant seat from the total strength of the house. Let's understand it with the help of example. Let's say in case of Rajya Sabha, the total strength is 245. Let's suppose that 45 seats are vacant. Okay. Now the effective strength became 200. Now what would be the effective majority? In this case, that would be 101. Okay. Then we have simple majority. Simple majority is majority of the members present and voting. These are two terms, present and voting. Okay. Now why I'm emphasizing on these two words? you will be able to understand? Well, I'll be discussing it with the help of example. Let's suppose in case of Lok Sabha, we have 545 members in total. Let's suppose on a present day, 45 members were absent. So the strength is 500, which are present on that particular day. Let's suppose out of these 500, only 400 members voted on a particular issue. Now, you need majority of this 400. That is, the simple majority would be 201. That is why I emphasize the word, the members which are present also and the members which are voting also. Okay, so this simple majority is determined by this number. Okay, then we have different kinds of special majority. So type 1 majority, special majority is majority of 2/3 of the members, again present and voting. This is something which is required under Article 249 of the Indian Constitution, wherein the Rajya Sabha has been given the power that it can pass a resolution and it can give the power to the parliament that the parliament can legislate on the subjects which are mentioned in the state list. Type 2 special majority is something which is discussed under Article 368. Okay. Type 2. Type 3, which is under Article 368, Clause 2, when we are amending the federal features. Then we have type 4, wherein you need majority of the 2/3 of the total strength of the house, which is the majority which we need under Article 61 of the Indian Constitution when we are impeaching the president. Okay. So this is regarding the different kind of majority that you time and again would be coming across. Let's move further. Question number 16. Now, it is asking us that which of the following statement best describe the term state and the government. So, in order to come to the right answer, you need to first understand that what is a state. So, state need to have 4 elements. First element is sovereignty. There should not be any sort of external interference when it comes to a particular state. There should be a definite territory. It should have a population which is residing in that particular territory, and it should also have a government. So government is basically a component of the state itself. So we need 4 components: population, territory, sovereignty, and government. Okay. So let's look at the options now. So it is the option 1 which is clearly describing these 2 terms, that is, government is responsible for administration and enforcement of laws, whereas the state represents a sovereign people who occupy a definite territory. Okay, and this government is also part of the state. Okay, rest of the statement do not clearly describe the distinction between these 2 terms. We also have a previous year question which relates to definition of the state. So here the correct answer is A, because it has all the elements: community of person residing or occupying a definite territory, independent of external control, which relates to sovereignty, and possessing an organized government. All the 4 elements are mentioned in the option number 1. Rest of the option do not, include all the 4 components of the state. Majority of the student get confused between option A and option B, but read the option B carefully. It does not relates to the sovereignty aspect, which is very crucial when it comes to state. This is the sovereignty element which differentiate between a nation and a state. Nation can, be there without sovereignty, but state would be considered a state only when it is sovereign. Okay, it is independent of any sort of external control or interference. Question number 17. Consider the following statement: in India, Parliament can make laws to initiate or support religious reforms. Statement number 2. The Constitution of India provides for idea of state-supported religious reforms. Before we look into the answer, we need to understand, because this question talks about the concept of secularism. What is secularism? Secularism is basically an ideology which emphasizes upon the separation of state and the religion. It basically opposes all kind of institutionalized religious discrimination, both intra as well as inter-religious dominations which are there. Okay, it talks about neutrality of the state with respect to all the religion. Now, in order to understand that why this answer is the correct answer, you need to understand the difference between the Western model and the Indian model of secularism. When it comes to Western model, there is strict mutual exclusion between the state and the religion. Let's understand this thing with the help of example. If in a particular religion, women are not allowed to become the priest, then in that regard, the state cannot do anything for you because there is strict mutual exclusion between the state and the religion. But that is not the case in India. In India, we follow the idea of principal dispense approach from all the religion. But in Indian model, state-sponsored religious reforms are allowed. For example, the state did away with untouchability, which is an example of intra-religious domination. The Sabrimala verdict is also there, etc. Okay, so here the principal state intervention in all religion is allowed in the Indian model of secularism. This is what the question is, pertaining to. Let's understand the other differences as well. When it comes to Western society, they are homogeneous. The majority of the population is following Christianity. So they primarily focus on intra-religious domination. Okay, the dominations which are there within a particular religion. Okay. But when it comes to Indian society, we have religious diversity. So it pays equal focus on inter-religious, dominations as well as intra-religious domination. Let me give you an example. Inter-religious domination, for example, the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits, anti-Sikh riots, which we witnessed in 1984. Intra-religious domination is discrimination that the Dalits of the Indian society witness. Okay. Then when it comes to Western model, they do not pay emphasis on minority rights because they, interpret liberty and equality from individualistic perspective. But in case of India, we have minority rights, which are provided under Article 29 and 30 of the Fundamental Right Chapter. Okay. Then the state cannot aid educational institutions which are administered by the religious minorities in case of Western model, but this is something which is allowed under the Indian model of secularism. Okay. Under Article 30 of the Indian Constitution. So these are primarily the differences between these two models of secularism. Now let's look at the statements. Now in this, the correct answer here would be A, because right now we discussed that in India, yes, the parliament is allowed to do state-sponsored reform. Okay. So statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement number 1. Let's move further. Question number 18. This is a very straightforward question, with reference to 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, we have to consider the following statement. Statement number 1 says, it added a new part 10th to the Constitution of India. This is absolutely incorrect statement because it added part 9th to the Indian Constitution. And this part 10th of the Indian Constitution basically relates to the scheduled and tribal areas. Okay. Statement number 2, it made creation of Gram Sabha and mandatory provision. Yes, this is correct. Statement number 3, it provides for direct election for the members of all 3 levels of Panchayati Raj institution. This is also correct. However, when it comes to elections of the chairpersons, okay, when it comes to the 3, levels, when it comes to Panchayat, it is different. Statement number 4, it reserved 1/3 of the position in all Panchayat institution for the women. This is also correct. So therefore, the correct answer here is C. Only 3 statements are correct. Question number 19. Again, it is a very straightforward question. Women. This is also reserved 1/3 of the position in all Panchayat institution for the women. This is also correct. So therefore, the correct answer here is C. Only 3 statements are correct. Question number 19. Again, it is a very straightforward question. Which of the following articles lays down that the state shall endeavor to promote international peace and security? So it is article number 51, because 46 basically talks about promotion of economic and educational interest of ST, SC and other weaker section. 48 basically talks about organization of agriculture and animal husbandry on modern and scientific lines. Article 50 basically talks about separation of executive and judiciary in the public services of a state. Okay, so correct answer here is D. Let's move further. Question number 20. It basically relates to criminal offences and civil offences. So criminal offences are one which relates to offences which are clearly mentioned in a particular law, and they are considered to be as offence against the state. Okay, for example, dowry, for example, rape, okay, or murder. So in criminal offences, one of the party would always be the state, okay, because these are the offences which are considered to be against the state, against the society as a whole. But when it comes to the criminal cases, these basically deals with, cases like family disputes, property disputes, which are basically the dispute between 2 private parties. Okay. Now let's look at the option. Statement number 1 says, criminal law deals with act that the law defines as offences. This is correct. While the civil law, let's look at the statements. Statement number 1 says, criminal law deals with acts that the law defines as offence. This is correct. We discussed right now. While civil law deals with any harm or injury to the rights of the individual. This is also correct. Statement number 2 says, in criminal law, if found guilty, the accused can be sent to jail. Okay. Whereas when it comes to the civil cases, the court gives specific relief asked by the affected party. In criminal laws, you are either guilty or not guilty. So you can be, sent to jail also, or, fine can also be imposed on you. But when it comes to civil cases, they usually involve monetary compensation, okay, to the victim party. So the correct answer here is both 1 and 2 are correct. Question number 21. It is related to first information report, that is FIR. So statement number 1 says it is mandatory for an officer in charge of a police station to register an FIR wherever a person gives information about a cognizable offence. This is correct. Cognizable offences are those offences wherein the police can take action without prior court approval, that is without a warrant. Statement number 2, the complainant has a legal right to get free copy of FIR from the police. So here the correct answer is C, both 1 and 2 are correct. Now question number 22. This is a very interesting question. Majority of you would have committed mistake in this very question. The question says, consider the following cases and you have to tell that which of the above judgment of the Supreme Court is related to doctrine of basic structure. Now when it comes to the Gopalan case, it basically relates to Article 21, the scope of Article 21. In this very verdict, the Supreme Court stated that the right to life and personal liberty, which is provided under Article 21, is protected only from arbitrary executive action and not from arbitrary legislative action. Why? Because the legislature can take away your right to life and personal liberty by enacting a law. And the validity of that law cannot be questioned on the ground that that law is unjust, unreasonable or unfair. Okay? Coming to Golaknath versus State of Punjab verdict, this I have discussed in the previous question, that in this very case, the Supreme Court stated that the Parliament does not have the power to abridge or take away any of the fundamental right, okay, through Constitutional Amendment Acts. And if the Parliament is enacting Constitutional Amendment Acts, then the Constitutional Amendment Acts would be considered as law under the definition of law under Article 13, okay. In order to reverse the verdict which was given by the Supreme Court, the Parliament came up with 24th Constitutional Amendment Act, which we discussed in the previous question as well, in which the Parliament stated with the help of 24th Constitutional Amendment Act that the Parliament under Article 368 do have the power to abridge or take away any of the fundamental right through Constitutional Amendment Act, and Constitutional Amendment Act would not be coming within the definition of law under Article 13, which is the case even today. The Constitutional Amendment Act do not come within the definition of law under Article 13. In this background came the Keshwanandan Bharti judgment in 1973, wherein the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of 24th Constitutional Amendment Act. It stated that, okay, Parliament does have the power under Article 368 to abridge or take away fundamental right, but it does not have the power to abridge or take away or amend any of the fundamental rights which forms a part of the basic structure of the Constitution. And what all elements would be there in the basic structure? It is to be decided by the court. Okay. Coming to Minerva Mills case, in order to understand this judgment, you need to understand what was there in the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. Now, through this Constitutional Amendment Act, the Parliament stated that we have unlimited constituent power under Article 368. Okay, and any Constitutional Amendment Act that we are bringing cannot be questioned in any court, even on the ground that it is contravening any of the fundamental right. Now, in this background came the Minerva Mills case 1980, wherein the Supreme Court stated that no, you do not have unlimited constituent power, rather limited constituent power of the Parliament under Article 368 is part of the basic structure doctrine, and judicial review is also a part of the basic structure doctrine. Therefore, only these two cases are related to doctrine of basic structure. So therefore, the correct answer here would be B, only two. Question number 23, it relates to financial emergency, which is provided under doctrine. Therefore, only these two cases are related to doctrine of basic structure. Limited constituent power of the Parliament under Article 368 is part of the basic structure doctrine, and judicial review is also a part of the basic structure doctrine. Therefore, only these two cases are related to doctrine of basic structure. So therefore, the correct answer here would be B, only two. Question number 23, it relates to financial emergency, which is provided under Article 360 of the Indian Constitution. Before we look into the statement, let's have a brief discussion with regard to financial emergency. Now, what are the grounds on which it could be imposed? So, it could be proclaimed by the President if the President is satisfied that there is a threat to the financial stability or to the credit of India or any part or any territory of India. Okay, so these are the grounds of its proclamation. Then, what is the scope of judicial review? So 38th Constitutional Amendment Act stated that the satisfaction of the President when it comes to proclamation of financial emergency is beyond judicial review. But the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act stated that no, the satisfaction of the President is subjected to judicial review. Coming to its approval process, so both the Houses of the Parliament are supposed to, approve the financial emergency through simple majority only. Coming to its continuation. So once the financial emergency is proclaimed, it continues until it is revoked. So what it implies? It implies that no maximum period for its operation is provided in the Indian Constitution, which is, the case with the precedent rule, wherein maximum time limit has been prescribed. But that is not the case with financial emergency. And repeated parliamentary approval for its continuation are not needed, which is the case with when it comes to the national emergency. Okay, now let's have a look over the statement. Statement number 1 says, the satisfaction of the president in declaring a financial emergency cannot be challenged in any court of law. This is incorrect because the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act stated that no satisfaction of the president is subjected to judicial review when it comes to financial emergency. Statement number 2, once approved by both the House of Parliament, financial emergency continues indefinitely until it is revoked. We discussed right now this is correct. So correct answer here is B, 2 only. Question number 24. Statement number 1, a vote of no confidence even against a single minister leads to resignation of the entire Council of Ministers. Let's look at statement number 2. It says that the Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. This is something which is provided under Article 75, Clause 3 of the Indian Constitution. So therefore, here the correct answer would be A, because both the statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Okay, and statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement number 1. This collective responsibility is the bedrock principle when it comes to parliamentary form of government. Question number 24, parliamentary form of government. Question number 25, it is asking that which of the following countries are having a parliamentary form of government. So apart from France, all the 3 are having parliamentary form of government. So answer is C here. Okay, only 3 are correct. But let's just understand what is the difference between, okay, only 3 are correct. But let's just understand what is the difference between parliamentary form of government, presidential form of government and semi-presidential system which is prevalent in France. So when it comes to parliamentary form of government, let me write down the basis here. Okay. When it comes to head of the state, it is the president. Okay. When it comes to parliamentary form of government, and head of the government is the prime minister. When it comes to presidential form of government, the head of the state as well as head of the government is the president. Coming to semi-presidential form of government, here the real head of the state is the president, whereas the head of the government is the prime minister. Why I am telling you this? Let's understand this with the help of the second basis. That is, who actually takes the decision. So in case of parliamentary form of government, president is supposed to exercise his functions based on the advice which is given by the Council of Ministers. Okay, so the real power is held in the hand of the prime minister, not in the hand of the president. This is the case with parliamentary form of government. And since the president do not have much power, that is why the election of the president is indirect. That is the case we have in India. Okay, we elect our president through indirect election. Coming to presidential form of government, here the decision making power lies in the hand of the president, and that is the reason the president is elected directly by the people. Coming to semi-presidential form of government. So in semi-presidential form of government, again the real power lies in the hand of the president. That is why I told you that when it comes to semi-presidential, the president holds the real power, and that is why the election of the president is also direct. Okay, he or she is directly elected by the people. Okay, then coming to the accountability part. So when it comes to the parliamentary form of government, Council of Ministers is collectively responsible or accountable to the Lok Sabha. Coming to presidential form of government, here the president and his kitchen cabinet, which consists of departmental secretaries, they are not accountable to the lower house. Coming to semi-presidential form of government, there also you have prime minister, you have Council of Ministers who are collectively responsible to the lower house. Okay, in case of semi-presidential form of government, the PM is appointed by the president only if the PM is enjoying the confidence of the house. Okay. But when it comes to semi-presidential form of government, the president takes a lead when it comes to foreign affairs or policy decision with regard to foreign affairs and defense, while the prime minister takes the lead when it comes to the matter related to domestic affairs. So there is division of power. Okay. Coming to the dissolution of the lower house. This is there when it comes to parliamentary form of government. The president can dissolve the lower house based on the recommendation of the prime minister. Presidential form of government, the president do not have the power to dissolve the lower house. This is the case in USA. Coming to semi-presidential form of government, yes, the president can dissolve the lower house. Okay, based on the recommendation of the prime minister. So you understand that when it comes to semi-presidential system, it has the element of both the system, presidential as well as parliamentary. Okay, so in semi-presidential form of government, you have parliamentary features, that then you have a PM, you have Council of Ministers, which is accountable to the legislature, okay, but it also have presidential feature, direct election of the president. The president majorly takes the decision, okay. The prime minister performs the functions based on the instructions which are given by the president, and president also takes lead when it comes to the matters which relate to foreign affairs and defense, okay. So these are primarily the differences between these three forms of, okay, these three systems of government. In case of parliamentary form of government, if the head of the state is a monarchy, then you refer it as constitutional monarchy. Whereas if the head is the president, okay, wherein we are having indirect election, then it would be referred as parliamentary republic. Okay, republic basically means your head of the state is elected. Does not matter directly or indirectly. Okay, but if the head of the state is not elected, then you refer, and it also have parliamentary form of government, then you refer it as constitutional monarchy. So this brings me to end of this discussion. I hope you understand that what is the relevance of NCERT when it comes to CSE preparation. All the very best for your preparation.
In this, it said that the convectional current theory suggests Indian economy, on the other aspects of the world and other weather phenomena and on the overall climate impact. That sort of a thing would be very easy once you understand how to interlinkage. But all of that starts with building the right concepts. And you should also be ready with some of the factual questions. For example, they could ask about some of the celestial bodies. So for that, the factual information is also important. But for that, current affairs will be helpful a lot. Now, coming to the second portion, what should be the reference material? So we have books from, standard books from Khullar, we have got from Majid Hussain. But when you talk about the NCERT level preparation, or when you talk about the basic level preparation, which we are intending in this test, it should be heavily reliant on our best friend, which is the NCERTs. NCERTs give you the highest yield, highest output out of every geography regarding reference material. Okay. So first of all, we have to be thorough with our best friend, which is the NCERTs. Then some of the reference materials, for example, G.C. Leong, for example, Majid Hussain, Khullar, those are also appreciated, but they have to be read very, very selectively. What you have to read thoroughly though is the NCERTs, especially the 11th and 12th standard NCERT. And then of course, we also need to acquaint ourselves with the current affairs, especially related to universe, especially related to the cosmic explorations, etc. Okay. Now, coming to the first question. The first question, as I've already told you, that they are asking about the concepts, especially about the expansion of universe, what led to the origin of universe. So first question is dealing with that. It's asking three of the theories and the explanation behind the same. So we all know that Big Bang theory demonstrated continuous expansion of universe. So this statement is evidently and absolutely correct. So I don't think that anybody would have made this incorrect. The second one is the nebular hypothesis theory. Now, in order to understand all of this, first of all, please understand that the universe consists of more than 100 billion galaxies. Each galaxy has got more than 100 billion stars. So the scientists and the philosophers of the early ages started contemplating as to what led to the formation of the very evident form of universe, which is the planets, the immediate planets. So there were many theories which came. The first theory that came was the nebular hypothesis. The nebular hypothesis, which was initially given by Immanuel Kant. According to which our planets are created out of a huge dust giant coagulated in the form of cloud. And because of the interaction between the materials and a kind of circulating force that was driving these materials in a whirlpool kind of fashion, they started coagulating together. And as a result, their condensation led to the creation of what we call as the planets. Of course, it has its own limitations, which is further improvised by Laplace. So Laplace is also of the view that we had a nebula, we had a very giant cloud, which further got segregated into different planets. Okay, this is how the planetary formation takes place. And the second one was given by Chamberlain and Moulton. Chamberlain and Moulton said that why in the first place a planet has formed out of the sun, out of the star, is because a star was moving. Let's say another star was moving close to our star. Because of the intense gravitational pull driven by the star, it ejected out a cigar-like shaped, and they again got fragmented into what we call as the planets today. So this is a theory given by Chamberlain and Moulton. Okay. Both of these theories had their own limitation because they could only tell us about the discovery of planets. But we know that there is dark matter, there is dark energy, there is a universe which is continuously expanding, and both of them fail to tell that. So the most accepted theory was given as the Big Bang theory, which basically suggested that about 13 billion years ago, What you see today was eventually just a single point, just a point of singularity. This single point or this singularity had such a feature that it had density of infinite value, it had temperature of infinite value, which means very high temperature and very high volume. Okay, so basically density is supposed to be mass by volume. So if I make the volume negligible, this entire value would become infinite. So because all of the mass was condensed just into a single point, the volume was very small as compared to the mass. This made the density infinite. Now, as the explosion started happening, due to the very intense temperature, what we started getting was quarks, leptons, the subatomic particles, and also the electrons. Upon further condensation, these quarks and leptons started combining with each other, creating protons and neutrons. It further combined when the universe started cooling down. It further combined to form atoms. These atoms then will be combined to create something called nebulas, the clouds that you know. And then it got started forming into stars, and then eventually the planets, and then their individual moons. So this is how the Big Bang theory says that before 13 billion years ago, something called as the biggest explosion happened. Biggest explosion happened in the singular particle, which eventually led to the universe that you see today. And one more thing that was supported by it is that universe is continuously expanding in nature. The force which is responsible for expanding the universe is known as the dark energy. The force which is responsible for putting all the planets and galaxies in their place without distorting them is known as the dark matter. Okay, so basically the most widest and the most widely accepted theory of the origin of universe is the Big Bang theory. The second one is nebular hypothesis. So what is a nebula? Nebula is a cloud. And this theory was eventually given by Immanuel Kant. And second, it was then again reviewed by Laplace. It said that planets formed from a cloud of material associated with a rotating sun. So this statement is correct. Next is convectional current theory. Now this is not related to creation of universe, but this is related to creation of the continents. So in this, it said that the convectional current theory suggests current generated due to radioactive elements in the Earth's mantle created convectional currents which were responsible for drifting apart the continents in the places that we see them today. And this convectional current theory was given by Arthur Holmes. There is another theory which is known as continental drift theory associated with a rotating sun. So this statement is correct. Next is convectional current theory. Now this is not related to creation of universe, but this is related to creation of the continents. So in this, it said that the convectional current theory suggests current generated due to radioactive elements in the Earth's mantle created convectional currents which were responsible for drifting apart the continents in the places that we see them today. And this convectional current theory was given by Arthur Holmes. There is another theory which is known as continental drift theory. One of the earliest theory regarding the formation of continents in the ocean. Continental drift theory was given by Wegener, and he said that there was one consolidated mass which is known as Pangaea, which further got disintegrated into Laurasia and Gondwana land. It was surrounded by a vast ocean, which was known as Panthalassa. So this is the continental drift theory. This is the Arthur Holmes convectional current theory, and the most widely accepted one today is the plate tectonic theory. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now here the correct answer would be all of the above. Asia and Gondwana land, it was surrounded by a vast ocean, which was known as Panthalassa. So this is the continental drift theory. This is the Arthur Holmes convectional current theory, and the most widely accepted one today is the plate tectonic theory. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now here the correct answer would be all of the above. Now, a very similar question was asked in the UPSC PYQ, not just one time, but twice. In 2012, they asked that which of the following are cited by scientists as the evidences for the continued expansion of the universe? So Hubble was the first. Edwin Hubble in 1920 was the first person to declare that there is legitimacy to Big Bang theory, because he said that because of the redshift or the redshift phenomena that is observed by his telescope, it could be seen that universe is actually expanding. Redshift can only happen when two things are moving away from each other. So when you view it from a very far off distance, it seems as if it is emitting red color. Okay, because only red can reach our. Now let's say this is a particle and this is observer. Okay, if this particle is moving away from us, it will appear red in color because of the longest wavelength. Now, if it is moving closer to us, it will appear somewhere blue or violet in color because of the low wavelength. Okay, so because a lot of planets were giving this red hues, galaxies were giving red hues, this is known as the redshift phenomena, and therefore it was said that because of the redshift phenomena observed directly by us, we can say that universe is expanding. Now, anyway, what are the supportive statements? Detection of microwaves in the space. So this can be correct. Observation of redshift phenomena in the space. This is correct. Movement of asteroids in the space. occurrence of supernova explosions in the space. So here, you tell me what is the correct answer among all of them. Okay, now coming to the next question of 2018. This is asking, light is affected by gravity? Definitely. You must have understood the concept of black hole, right? So in the black hole, there is a point of no return. There is a point of no return. And in this point, all of the light starts converging itself. So you will see a rim of light because the light is bending. Bending why? Because of the torrential force of gravity that is ejected out of the black hole. Light definitely is affected by the gravity. Anyway, it's a very light word. It's just getting affected, right? They're not saying that it's particularly getting bent or circulated or creating a distortion in its pattern. No, it's just saying that it's affected. Anything could be affected by anybody, right? The universe is constantly expanding. This is something which we have referred to in this PYQ also. So therefore, which makes me come to the second point. PYQs, their themes, their options, their statements, their analysis is extremely important to clear the paper. But anyway, both of these questions could be easily asked if you have learned the basic concepts of universe. Okay. The first statement is correct. Second statement is correct. And matter wraps around its surrounding space and time. So this generally happens. The way we understand gravity today is basically as if the entire universe is a trampoline. Okay. So if in a large trampoline, you put a very heavy metal ball in between, what will it do? It will bend it. So basically it will warp the space and time across it. And therefore, as a result of this warping, all the other things will start gradually rotating in this trampoline. Okay. For better clearance, you can also watch a YouTube video on the same. This will make you get better clarity. So metal warps its surrounding space and time. This is absolutely correct. So here the correct statement is 1, 2, and 3. Now moving on to the next question. This is about planets. This is absolutely correct. So here the correct statement is 1, 2, and 3. Now moving on to the next question. This is about planets. Terrestrial planets are smaller in size as compared to the Jovian planet. Terrestrial planets are closer to the sun as compared to Jovian planet. First of all, planets which are having dominant rocky mass, metallic masses are known as the terrestrial planets. The ones who have got more lighter elements and more air elements, they are known as the Jovian planets. Now you know which are the Jovian planets. It's the Saturn, it's the Neptune, it's the Uranus, and it's the Jupiter, of course. What are the terrestrial planets? Which has got land in them. Okay. So these are basically Earth, and there's Mars, and there's Venus, etc. Right? So please understand first of all what is terrestrial and Jovian. Now it's very easy. If you just observe this diagram. So all of these before the asteroid belt, this is a distinguishing belt. It tells us that whatever is towards the left of it is basically terrestrial in nature. These are the terrestrial planets and these are the Jovian planets. Okay. Because they have a very predominant atmosphere, they lack land surfaces, they're full up of air and the lighter elements, and these one have got land in them. So what is the reason behind it? There are two reasons. First of all, and the most importantly, their closeness to the sun. How is sun affecting their size? See, the gravitational pull of the sun will be so high, because of which all these planets will never be able to create a huge thick layer of atmosphere, because that atmospheric layer will be wrapped by the sun's heat, by the sun storms, and therefore the atmospheric size of these planets are not very huge. Therefore, their size is limited. The second thing is even their land area is also not very expansive. What is the reason behind it? Reason is the gravitational pull of the sun. Gravitational pull of the sun reduces their ability to consolidate themselves, because there is somebody external to them who's putting more pressure onto them. So as a result, though they can consolidate, but they cannot consolidate into large sizes. Otherwise, a portion of them will be chunked out by the sun. This is the reason why they are smaller in size. And this is the reason why they are larger in size, because they are less affected by the heat storms, solar storms of the sun, and the gravitational pull of the sun. I hope it is clear. Now the next question. Which of the following is correct about the peninsular block of India? Now what is the peninsular block of India? This is the portion of peninsular block of India. Okay. Now, it is saying it is formed by gneisses and granites. This is absolutely correct. We read in the chapter of rock and structure of NCERT 11 class that the portion now larger in size. We cannot consolidate into reason why heat storms, solar storms of the sun. Now, gravitational pull of the sun. I hope it is clear. Now the are not very. If you just observe this diagram, it's very easy. If you just observe this diagram. Asteroid pull of area, gravity themselves are the. This is the portion of peninsular block of India. Okay. Now, it is saying it is formed by gneisses and granites. This is absolutely correct. We read in the chapter of rock and structure of NCERT 11 class that it is predominantly made up of granite, granitic rocks, and therefore we find the Deccan temples to be more resilient as compared to the northern temples. We see that the structural stability of the Deccan plateau is very high as compared to the Himalayan ones, which could get very easily eroded, right? So it is formed by these granitic rocks. That is correct. It mostly consists of fault block mountain. What are the fault block mountains? The very famous ones are the Narmada and the Satpura block. Okay, so basically these two blocks, due to a rupture, a horsed and graben kind of topography was formed. This is your Vindhya range, this is Satpura range, and through this rift flows the Narmada river. So yes, it includes some of the fault blocks, but do you know the other hills that it consists of? It consists of Anamalai, Cardamom hills, it consists of Mahendragiri hills, Nallamala, Palikonda, Javadi. Can you see the size of them? And do you also know that their height is very less as compared to the other hills? The reason for this is because these are relict mountains, these are residual mountains, because you must know that Deccan Plateau is one of the oldest geomorphic landform that has been formed, right? So as a result, these are heavily eroded, heavily relicted hills, and therefore when we use the word mostly, that would be incorrect, because it mostly consists of the relict kind of mountain, and not the fault block mountain. Yes, it does consist some of the fault block, but mostly relict mountains like Aravalis. Next is the Karbi Anglong, and the Meghalaya plateau is the northeast extension of your peninsula. Now, if you have read the Indian geography, NCERT, this become very easy for you. Otherwise, you will keep wondering how is it possible. So it was made possible. It was a part of same block unless a Malda fault went down. This Malda fault near West Bengal, it moved downwards, and therefore it creates a distinction between the northeast India and the current mainland India, right? So where will you find the Meghalaya plateau? Meghalaya plateau consists of the Garo hills, Khasi hills, Jaintia hills, and the Karbi Anglong of Assam. So these are the plateaus of northeast, which are actually an extension of it. The correct answer is 1 and 3, which means only 2. Now, the next question is a very interesting one because it is completely in line with the current UPSC pattern, which asks you for determining 2 variables to any question. Okay. So here, river, its origin place, and which valley it passes through has been asked. A very similar question was asked in UPSC by asking which of the rivers have been originated from which of the glaciers. So now, going forward, when we are reading about rivers, let's say, we have to not just read about their tributaries, the left bank, right bank tributaries, but also which dams are situated there, which Ramsar sites are situated, which kind of species are found, and in particular, from which valley is it passing, where is it originating from, how many states is it passing from. Such number of variables should be made very clear to us. Now, coming to this question, it's a very simple one. So Ravi actually originates from Rohtang Pass, and which is actually situated near the Kullu Hills. Then it also passes through Chamba Valley. This is absolutely correct. And this is pictographically shown in your NCERT books. The second one is Byas River. Acha, now please look into this map first for better clarity. Look into this map. Okay. Here we are going to talk about the Indus River system because the question is about Indus River system. So as you can see that Indus which originates from the Bokarchu Glacier of Tibet, it starts and then gets joined by some of the left bank and the right bank tributaries. The right bank tributaries includes the Shyok River. It includes the Gilgit River. It includes the Kabul River, which is coming from Afghanistan. This is the right bank. What about the left bank? Left bank tributary are Zaskar River, the Suru River, and more importantly, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Satluj, and Byas. Now, one question was asked. Before that, let me also tell you, there is an Indus water treaty going on between India and Pakistan. Okay? According to which, rivers like Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab, their jurisdiction will be given to Pakistan. Water sharing primarily to Pakistan. Of course, India can create dams onto them, and it obviously creates a lot of controversy, but India can create dam for civilian purposes. Okay? For serving or for facilitating their food security and water security. The other rivers, Ravi, Byas, and Satluj, is given to India, according to Indus Water Treaty. Okay, that's the first thing. Now, one question was asked by UPSC and a lot of times in the UPPCS examination also, that which among the following tributary is the one which goes and join the Indus River directly. It could be confusing. You could feel it's Chenab, you could feel it's Ravi, you could feel it's Satluj. But the correct answer is it is the Satluj River which finally joins it. Okay, now, you should know that this is Chenab River and this is Byas River. And can you see they are originating from a very close space? This close space is Rohtang Pass only. So both of them do have different localized origins, but broadly they both are originating from the Rohtang Pass. Alright. Then finally, Byas is the river which completely joins itself with the Satluj River in Punjab itself. Okay. So it completely joins itself in India only. All the other tributaries join themselves in Pakistan. Okay. Now, talking about their origin, we've already told that Ravi originates from Rohtang, but it is located near to Kullu Hills. So this statement is correct. Okay. When it comes to Byas, it does not originate from Spiti Hills. It again originates from the Byas Kund of Rohtang Pass itself. And will it pass to Doon Valley, Dehradun? No. It passes to Himachal Pradesh and then enters into Punjab. So this statement is incorrect and this statement is correct. Next one, Satluj. Satluj starts from the Rakshas Lake or the Rakas Lake, which is again situated near Mansarovar in Tibet. And it passes through Shipkila. So this statement is also correct. And Jhelum, very famous. It starts from the Verinag Lake of Srinagar. So Verinag, Chashma. Chashma means spring. Natural spring water in Kashmiri language. So Chashma Verinag. And it also passes through the Vular Lake. Okay. So here the correct answer is 1, 3 and 4. Now, in order to facilitate your understanding about the Indus water system, I have provided multiple variables. I will just quickly jot them down for you. Indus origin, we have talked about the origin. Indus originates from Lake Mansarovar, okay, especially from the Bokarcho Glacier. Protected areas of Indus is Hemis National Park of Ladakh, okay. Major species which are found in Indus River are Indus River dolphin, snow trout and Mahasir. Mahasir has been asked by UPSC. There are some of the dams. Most important and controversial one is the Chashma Dam, Chashma Barrage. Some of the wetlands are associated with it, which is the Sokar and So Moriri. Okay. So So Moriri, these are situated over here. Next, it flows through 3 countries, China, origin, then moves towards India and finally joins and drains in Arabian Sea, which is in Pakistan. Basically in Pakistan. So there are 3 countries. Okay. The state, if it creates any boundary at all, yes, it creates boundary between Ladakh and Gilgit. Next is the major urban centers. Of course, Kardu is there. There is Gilgit, there is Leh. Okay, so these are located in the Indus only. Next one is Jhelum. Jhelum originates from Verinag. It originates from Peer Panjal range of Jammu and Kashmir. Okay. Important protected area, Dhachigam National Park. You have to remember this. Most important dam, Hokera Dam. Hokera Dam is located here. Most important Ramsar site, Vular Lake is located in here. Okay. Then, if it creates any state boundary, it creates a boundary between Jammu and Kashmir and major urban city, of course, Srinagar. Okay. Next one is Chenab. Now, Chenab River is the one which has got largest number of controversial dams. So, you talk about any dam which is in controversy, generally belongs to Chenab River. So, for example, the Ratle, the Salal, the Baglihar, all of them are a controversy, deep controversy between India and Pakistan. Okay. So, most of our dams are getting created in Chenab. So, use that logic for exam. Now, national park is Kishtwar National Park. Is there any lake? Yes. Surinsar, Mansar Lake is also there. Okay. And this is located in Kishtwar. It passes through Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir. And does it create boundary between any states? Yes. Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir and Punjab. Okay. So, these are some of the variables that I wanted you to learn. Coming to the next 3. So, Ravi starts from Rohtang Pass. Byas starts from Rohtang Pass. Okay. If there's any protected part, so it's not there in Byas and in Satluj. But here in the Ravi, we have got the Pong Dam Wildlife Sanctuary of Himachal Pradesh. We've got the Chamba Wildlife Sanctuary. Again, Mahasir fish can be found over here. Ranjit Sagar Dam has been created. Ramsar site is Keshopur Myani. Very, very important. Keshopur Myani is located and is created by Ravi River. Next is that it passes through Amritsar. So please remember it passes through Dharmshala and Amritsar. Okay. Now coming to Byas. In the Byas is where Harike Dam is located. Harike Barrage is created. Pong Dam Lake is there. Then Byas Conservation Reserve, which is a Ramsar site, is there. And it also passes to cities like Kullu, like for example, Amritsar, Jalandhar also. Okay. Ropar Wetland and Ropar City. It is situated at Satluj. Okay. You know the origin already. And the Bhakra Nangal Dam is also for the Satluj River. Okay. So I hope these variables are clear to you. Please take a note of it. Next question is a very interesting one, and here is where our conceptual clarity gets tested. Question is about Northern India plains experiences a high daily and annual range of temperature. It's particularly talking about the Northern India. Okay. So which means we should clearly know about the distinction between the Northern India and the Southern India. Please understand. The 23 degrees latitude, which is the Tropic of Cancer, passes through some of the states of India. And this is what creates a distinction between the Northern India and the Southern India. Okay. The Southern India is not just tropical in nature, but it is also very near to the equator, which means on a daily basis, on a very regular basis, it would be getting higher temperature ranges, not ranges, but high degree of temperature, high temperature as compared to the Northern India, right? At the same time, it is surrounded by the coastal waters. It is surrounded by Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, which keeps the entire temperature pretty much moderate. And therefore, let's say you're visiting Mumbai or let's say you're visiting Goa, you will not see a lot of temperature differences as compared to you visiting somewhere like Ladakh. Extreme temperature differences can be felt. Therefore, the range of temperature is relatively less in the regions which are closer to equator or which are situated in the tropical region. When we enter into the northern India, it is subtropical in nature. And because of being subtropical, it goes through higher variation in the amount of temperature, which is seen during daytime or during nighttime or during basically seasonal times and also yearly. So the range is higher here. Okay, which means that northern India could see something as low as minus 10 degrees centigrade and something as high as 25 degrees centigrade. This is not so with the southern India. So first statement is correct. Now what is the reason behind it? Let's see whether the second statement is correctly giving us the reasoning. Northern India receives the sun's direct rays from a larger part of the year. Direct sun rays are given to which areas? To the tropical areas. Direct sun rays are given to the tropical areas from Tropic of Cancer to Tropic of Capricorn. And for most part of the year, because it is near to equator, because it is lying in the tropical zone, it gets direct sunlight. And because it's getting direct insolation or heavy insolation as compared to other parts, it remains relatively in a very similar range of temperature. Nothing much varies. Okay. So that is why this reasoning is also correct. So both statement 1 and 2 are correct. And it also explains the first statement. The next question. To the tropical areas. Direct sun rays are given to the tropical areas from Tropic of Cancer to Tropic of Capricorn. And for most part of the year, because it is near to equator, because it is lying in the tropical zone, it gets direct sunlight. And because it's getting direct insolation or heavy insolation as compared to other parts, it remains relatively in a very similar range of temperature. Nothing much varies. Okay. So that is why this reasoning is also correct. So both statement 1 and 2 are correct. And it also explains the first statement. The next question is about again the creation of continents. The origin of continents. It is given by multiple theories, I've already told you. The first theory was given by Wegener. Wegener gave us the continental drift theory. The second theory was a convectional current theory, and the most accepted one is the plate tectonics theory. And this particular theory was given by W.J. Morgan. All right. Now, let us understand which of the following are the evidences which directly supported. Anybody who has read NCERT should know this and would be knowing this. So first of all is the matching of the continent. So have you seen how South America looks like? And do you know how Africa looks like? They basically fit into a puzzle. And this suggests that probably they would have been closer to each other and got drifted apart. So this supports the continental drift theory. First statement is correct. Second is the thin sediments on the ocean floor. The thin sediments on ocean floor is given by the sea floor spreading theory and not by the continental drift theory, because it has got nothing to do with the age of the ocean floor. In fact, at that time, they did not even research that deeper. So therefore, second statement is supporting sea floor spreading, not the continental drift. So we eliminate this. Now, rock of the same age across the ocean, of course, if it can fit into a puzzle, if the sizes are similar, there is in all likelihood, and it was evidently found that some of the rocks here in the Brazilian plateau were similar to the Ghana plateau, right? And not only that, some of the deposits, gold deposits of the Ghana are very similar to the gold placer deposits that were found in the Brazilian region. So therefore, it shows us that both of them are some of the supporting evidences of continental drift theory. Correct answer? Only 3. I hope this is clear to you. Now, this question is about, again, another very important concept. This is El Nino phenomena. El Nino phenomena, which occurs in a frequency of 3 to 7 years. Not very regular, but whenever it occurs, it causes extreme weather variations across the world. At one part of the world, there is heavy rainfall. In the other part, it has a lot of droughts. The reason for this is typically what happens. Let's say that this is South America, and let's say this is Australia. Okay. And because of the Walker circulation, what would generally happen is the equatorial warm current and the equatorial warm air circulation would be driven towards the westward side when the Walker cycle is stabilized, or when the Walker cycle is strong enough. But some events, and because of some of the factors, this Walker cycle, which is a driving force of driving these currents and wind towards the west side, this Walker circulation weakens up. As a result, the warm water starts collecting itself closer to the Peruvian coast, closer to the western coast of the Pacific region. Therefore, because this phenomena was generally observed during the time of Christmas, which is basically considered as the birth of Jesus Christ, right? So therefore, this was given the name of El Nino. El Nino means a child, a boy. And the opposite of this phenomena is known as La Nina, which means a girl child. And this is a boy child, referring to Jesus, because it generally was seen during the case of Christmases. So generally what happens in the Peruvian coast, the Peruvian current flows, and because of which upwelling of the phytoplanktons, upwelling of the marine sources happen at a very regular level. This is a normal regular year, not an El Nino year. Because of which the farming industry of the western coast becomes very much flourishing. Their entire economy depends upon the fishing industry. But during some point in time, because there is coagulation of a lot of warm current, as a result of this, first of all, the precipitation pattern changes. Warm water means more evaporation, more precipitation, heavy rainfall seen in this particular region, which also leads to downwelling. Basically, it restricts the upwelling of the marine phytoplanktons, which are very important for the marine web cycle, food chain, etc. Right? So therefore, it causes heavy rainfall in this part of the world. And in the other part of the world, towards India and Australia, it causes heavy droughts. This is the phenomena of El Nino, right? So with respect to El Nino, we have to see which of the following are the consequences of this temperature increase. Where the temperature is increased? Towards the West Pacific or towards the East Pacific? It is increased towards the East Pacific. Now we will see what are the consequences. First one, distortion of equatorial atmospheric circulation. Equatorial atmospheric circulation is driven by the Walker cycle. Walker cycle gets weakened. That is why it further creates El Nino, and El Nino further weakens the Walker cycle. So first statement is correct. Second, irregularities in the evaporation of seawater, of course, because previously the seawater evaporation was happening at a lower rate. But the moment the seawater became more hot as compared to the other part of the Pacific, the evaporation rate will start. So irregularities, yes. Next is reduction in the amount of phytoplankton, because the upwellings have been suppressed. So naturally, this is also correct. Next is increased snowfall in the Andes. If you have read about the El Nino, nowhere we read about increasing amount of snowfall. It causes precipitation, yes, but at a very localized level. Only majorly at the Peruvian coast and somewhere in the Chile coast. But it does not causes increased precipitation in the form of snowfall, because end of the day, it's causing warming. Okay. And snowfall needs more amount of condensation, and it might happen, but it does not necessarily lead to increased snowfall in the Andes. Next is, so this is incorrect, decreasing global sea level. Now this is again a localized phenomena. It is not having a bearing in the sea level of the world, because nothing like ice melting of glacier, something of that sort is happening. So this statement is incorrect again. But anyway, even if you're clear that fifth statement cannot be correct, now you're left with these options. And if you're clear fourth statement cannot be correct, then ultimately you know that the answer is D. Okay. Now we will talk about the forest types which are prevalent in India. So we know that how many types of forests are there? There's tropical evergreen forest, there's deciduous forest, within which there's moist deciduous, there is semi-deciduous or dry deciduous, then there is the thorn or the shrub kind of forest, there is coniferous forest, montane forest, right? So basically, this is a map schematic representation of the natural vegetation of India. Before going into it, let's first check our question. Again, comprising of two variables in line with UPSC. First of all, tropical evergreen forest. They are located where? Tropical evergreen forest is located anywhere, wherever there is high amount of temperature. Tropical-like situation, which means more than 200 centimeters of rainfall. So please remember, if it is having more than 200 centimeters of rainfall, then it will be categorized as a tropical forest. Where will you generally find it? You will find it in the northeast. You will find it in Andaman and Nicobar. You will find it in the western slopes of the Western Ghat. Okay. So this is where the tropical evergreen forest is located. Some of the trees, if you may ask, that is rosewood and mahogany, and a similar sounding tree, ebony. These are present in the evergreen forest. Next is the tropical deciduous forest. The range of tropical deciduous, because this is the most widespread, the most extensive forest type in India. Okay. More than 70% of it is deciduous in nature only. But within this deciduous lies a range. Deciduous is something which is having or getting the rainfall less than 200, but more than 70 centimeters. And in between there is a number 100, which creates a demarcation between whether this forest type is moist deciduous or whether this forest type is dry deciduous. Moist deciduous is found on the footholds of the Himalaya, eastern slope of the Western Ghat, and some of the portions of Eastern Ghat. Okay. So these are the regions where you will be able to see moist deciduous. The other parts of the area, generally most of the India belongs to UP, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, etc. We see around us a lot of trees. All of these are mostly dry deciduous in nature. So you name some of them. There is sal tree, there is teak tree, there is also, we've got the shisham tree, right? So also there is sandalwood, a very important tree. All of these are part of deciduous forest only. So the second statement is also correct. Okay. Third one is tropical thorn forest. Tropical thorn forests are basically that type which gets less than 70 centimeters of rainfall. Okay, which basically includes some of the regions of Punjab, your Gujarat, your Rajasthan, some parts of Delhi, also some parts of Madhya Pradesh. So basically, primarily the Western India is having the thorn kind of forest. You all know that. Now, what are the trees? Trees which are widely available across India because they require least amount of rainfall. So can you name some? So for example, you've got the Palash, you have got neem tree, you've got khair tree. So these can be found anywhere and everywhere. Why? Because of the least amount of water requirement. And therefore, they can be classified as thorn forest. Now, is it available in Punjab? Yes. Is blue pine a part of it? No. Pines are coniferous in nature. Coniferous means that they belong to montane forest, right? And pines do not grow in arid conditions. They grow in conditions where there is very low temperature. Okay. So this is incorrect because they are found in Himalayas, blue pines. Okay. Third statement incorrect. Now fourth statement, northern montane forest. Montane forest mein aapko hilly areas of Jalpaiguri or Darjeeling, all of them are actually hilly areas of West Bengal. Yahan pe aapko montane, you can see them. But at the same time, will you be able to see khair in them? No. Because khair belongs to what? Khair belongs to thorn forest. Right? So the correct answer is 1 and 2 only. A very similar question was asked in UPSC. So UPSC asked in 2023, which of the following are deciduous trees? So obviously, mahua is one, teak is one, but very surprisingly, jackfruit is an evergreen tree. Okay? So this is only 2. Now next question is about tropical cyclones. Again, so this is only 2. Now next question is about tropical cyclones. Again, very, very important theme and a very important concept that you must know. Tropical cyclones are generally belonging to areas, as we can say that it is tropical. But it is tropical doesn't mean that it will take place from 0 degrees to, let's say, 30 degrees of latitude. No, it will be limited to 5 degrees till 20 degrees. What are the reasons behind it? To understand that, let's first understand what are the reasons which gives rise to tropical cyclones. Tropical cyclones are these vast whirlpooling kind of storms which are circulating in nature, and generally they derive their energy from the latent heat of condensation. And mostly where they originate in the waters, large water bodies, for example, the pooling, because of the virtue of rotation of the earth, which we call as the phenomenon of Coriolis force, which is driven by the Coriolis force. Coriolis force is minimum 0 in the equator. That is the reason why the waters newly get hot to up to 25 degrees centigrade at 0 degrees. But at 0 to 5 degrees, the Coriolis force is very negligible for it to create a cyclonic formation. Therefore, it starts from 5 degree and lasts up to 20 degree. Now, why 20 degree? Because only till 20 degrees, you are able to see good amount of temperature that can create this condition, because it is tropical in nature. Only till this extent, you will be able to see vast and expansive water bodies. Right? And also, only in this region, you will be able to see something which we call as the least amount of wind shear. Wind shear means, let's say this is a column. This is a column of wind, and the wind is moving in the vertical direction. cyclone has got a very sustained structure. We all create diagram of the structure. How is the structure sustained? Because the wind shear means difference in the velocity. Velocity 1, velocity 2, velocity 3. At different heights, it is not drastically different. It is more or less constant. And therefore, it enables the entire cyclone to maintain its structure. And it derives its energy from water. So having water body is very important. The moment it occurs or it encounters a continent or land, it creates landfall and eventually loses all the power and energy, but causes vast devastation and destruction. Okay. So here, continuous supply of warm and moist air, absolutely correct. That is how it will be able to create low pressure, and that will start upwelling, and that will finally be able to create precipitous clouds, which can rain and create two storms. Now, strong Coriolis force, yes, that will support the whirlpooling action. Presence of strong vertical wind and shear. Do you need strong shear or not? No. We need to stabilize it. So weak shear. Unstable condition throughout the troposphere. What is unstable condition? Let me need to understand this. What is stability and instability? So let's say there is a land. It is getting heated, but the wind over here is undisturbed. Wind is undisturbed. Neither is it sinking, neither is it rising. This is a perfectly stable condition. This will not lead to precipitation because nothing is going up, so nothing will go down, right? But what if this is a source of water? Upon intense heating, it will start rising in the form of water vapors. When it condenses, it will be forming clouds. When the clouds will be formed, it will lead to precipitation. This is a condition of instability. Instability is the reason why we get storms, why we get rainfall in the first place. So unstable condition or instability is the requirement of development of cyclones, right? Only then will this low pressure driven air will rise upside. Okay. So here the correct answer, all of the above except for the third one. Now, very similar PYQ was asked in the UPSC regarding jet streams. Jet stream occur in northern hemisphere only. Why would it happen? Anything requirement of development of cyclones, right? Only then will this low pressure driven air will rise upside. Okay. So here the correct answer, all of the above except for the third one. Now, very similar PYQ was asked in the UPSC regarding jet streams. Jet stream occur in northern hemisphere only. Why would it happen? Anything which is capable of happening in the northern latitude will happen in the southern one also. So anyway, only is written. So no. Second is some cyclones develop at night. This is correct. Temperature inside the eye of a cyclone is nearly 10 degrees lesser than that of the surrounding. We know that the eye of cyclone is driven by low pressure. Why low pressure? Because there is intense hot temperature, which means it should be 10 degrees higher. So this statement is incorrect. You remove B and D, and what you get is finally C. Okay. And what you higher. So this statement is no, that the temperature inside the eye of a cyclone is nearly 10 degrees lesser than that of the surrounding. We know that the eye of cyclone is driven by low pressure. Why low pressure? Because there is intense hot temperature, which means it should be 10 degrees higher. So this statement is incorrect. You remove B and D, and what you get is finally C. Okay. Now again, a very interesting question, a very basic one. Self-flowing property, which of the soil shows? All of us know the answer. The answer is black soil. Black soil shows the self-flowing property. That is why you must have seen in the areas of Gujarat and Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, most of our regions have got black soil in them, which is very suitable for cultivating rice and cotton, etc., which requires moisture retention, because this has got a very good ability to retain the moisture. The moment it loses moisture, it compresses and consolidates itself so that it's able to retain more amount of moisture, and therefore it starts creating cracks. And if it starts creating cracks, which means it further enhances the moisture permeability, rainwater permeability, and therefore it is self-flowing soil, very suitable for cultivating cotton and rice, etc. Okay. Similar question asked in UPSC, PYQ 2021, black cotton soil of India has been formed due to the weathering of what? You know, this is a prominent soil of the Deccan region. Deccan region is formed by which kind of rock? It is formed by granitic. But at the same time, that is not the source cause. Source cause is the fissure lava which erupted into the Deccan Plateau, which further got weathered into the black cotton soil. So here the correct answer is the fissure volcanic rocks. Okay. Okay, now the next question, very interesting one. We have to predict the crop, okay, from the details given. First is, it's a tropical as well as subtropical crop, which means, so when I plot map of India, I know that it will be available in both the southern states of India and in the northern states of India. Okay. Now, it is available in both parts of India. Okay. Next is it grows well in hot and humid climate, which means it grows well in hot and humid climate, which means I can safely remove maize, because maize generally requires a little bit lower temperatures. Okay. Next is temperature ranges 21 to 27 degrees centigrade. It's fine. Next is it requires annual rainfall between 75 to 100, which means it definitely requires good amount of rainfall, but at the same time, not as high as rice. Rice requires more than 100 centimeters. So I can safely remove rice also. Now coming to cotton and coming to sugarcane. Now cotton also requires high amount of precipitation, but at the same time, it requires 120 days frost-free. Frost-free days are also required by cotton. Okay. Now it is given that it is tropical and subtropical. Cotton is primarily a tropical crop. Okay, it cannot be grown in Kharif season, in Rabi season, right? So therefore, cotton can be eliminated. So by eliminating things, we'll be able to understand there is sugarcane. Sugarcane, which is grown in UP also, in Maharashtra also, in Karnataka also, in Kerala also, in Tamil Nadu also. Okay. The quoted 2020 similar question on crop prediction asked, and by the very statement that it requires 210 frost-free days, we can tell that the answer is cotton. Next is about mineral prediction. So this is one of the most important areas of geography where you have to, it's a very important part of economic geography where you have to know about the metals which are found, where are they found, and what are the specific mines, where are they located. Okay. So first of all, manganese primarily found in Odisha. So Kendujhar is in Odisha. This statement is correct. Next, copper is actually found in the Malachkhand mines of Balaghat, which is situated in Madhya Pradesh. It's absolutely correct. For better understanding, it's always advisable to go through the maps of each and every metal, especially the critical minerals that are upcoming in the, as one of the favorite topics of UPSC. Okay. So then the bauxite, which is the ore of aluminium. This is found in the Kalahandi. This is correct. Iron ore is in Mayurbhanj. This is also correct. So all the 4 pairs are correct over here. Next question is about the mass movement. Mass movement, which means that a lot of material is coming down primarily because of the action of gravity. Okay. From huge heights. This is why we see landslides. And this is also why we see mudslide, rockfall, slumping activities. All of that is happening because of mass movement. Now let's have a look into the statement. Transfer of rock debris down the slope under the direct influence of gravity. Absolutely. That is what mass movement is. Mass movement could be very slow in speed, very slow in nature, could be very fast in speed like landslide as well. So, but one primary thing is there, it is under the influence of gravity. Second, some of the factors are there which are not primarily influencing the mass movement, but of course, the nature of the soil, the amount of consolidation of the soil which provides its strength, the nature of the rock that will finally determine the susceptibility of the mass movement. So here, second statement, these are very active over weathered slope. Weathered slope means these are unconsolidated, so they can be broken very easily. Second statement is correct. So this question, I think, was one of the most simplest question of this particular test. I think nobody has got it wrong. Over weathered slope. Weathered slope means these are unconsolidated, so they can be broken very easily. Second statement is correct. So this question, I think, was one of the most simplest question of this particular test. I think nobody has got it wrong. The next one is some of the processes of chemical weathering. So the process in which there is chemical addition of water. This is not a pure hydrolysis. This is a chemical addition of water. Minerals take up the water and expand. Okay. This expansion causes and increases the volume of the rock. It is reversible. Okay, because it can get evaporated and again it can resume its original form. But what it leads? Continued fatigue in the rock and may eventually lead to their disintegration. What are we referring to here? This is first of all, not solution. This is not carbonation. This is not oxidation. We are referring to water. So the answer is hydration process. Now our next question is about the topic of landforms, geomorphic landforms, which are caused by the action of major causative agents. For example, it could be air, it could be water. In the case of water, these are known as the fluvial landforms. Any landform can be broadly divided into 2 groups. One is the depositional landform. The second is erosional landform. Here, we have been asked what are the depositional landforms of the running water, which means of the river. Okay. So for that, we'll first quickly revise about the fluvial landforms. Fluvial landforms caused by the action of water. Okay. Primarily by the rivers. Talking about the erosional landforms, the moment stream of water starts flowing through unconsolidated material, it creates rills. Further deepens into gullies, further deepens into valleys. If it deepens and cuts down the rocks, then it is known as gorges and the canyon. What is the difference? Gorges are parallel faced. Canyons have a Y-shaped face structure. Okay. The next one is the potholes and the plunge pool. So there is a cliff, and this cliff, a part of it will get eroded. It will get down over here, and the moment it gets down over here, it will create a depression. This is known as a pool. When it gets more circular in shape, when it gets more deeper in shape, it results into plunge pools. Okay. So these are again some of the potholes and plunge pools are examples of erosions only. Next is the cataract and the cascades. All of them, as you can see, a kind of waterfalls. These are resultant of erosional action of water. Okay. Now coming to the depositional landforms. Depositional is when the speed of the water reduces, so it will be able to deposit all that it has collected through its journey. Okay. When a water is flowing, what happens is, let's say water has fallen down, so it will create this entire alluvial fan. So the Bhabar Hills, is basically the Bhabar Plains are basically the alluvial fans, and the alluvial plains of Gangetic deltas or the Gangetic areas are also a part of depositional landform. Okay. So then we have got floodplains. So what happens when a river takes a serpentine fashion, it breaks or reduces its velocity at the region where it is moving or where it is taking a turn. The moment it takes a turn, velocity reduces. As a result, it starts depositing more. Because it starts depositing more, it creates something which are called as point bars. Again, depositional in nature. Okay. Now, you might be asked, what are oxbow lakes? So oxbow lakes are also depositional landforms only. The reason of this is due to intensive meandering and creating of huge point bars. sometimes point bars will be able to block the flow of river. And as a result, a kind of lake of oxbow shape will get separated from the mainstream. So oxbow lakes are a kind of depositional landform only. Now coming back to our question. The question is asking, alluvial fans are depositional. Natural levees are basically the boundaries of any river. You would be seeing across any river, the boundaries are made up of a terraced kind of border, which is known as natural levee. Why? Because again, the speed of the river. Let's say this is the front profile. This is the front profile of a river. The speed at the center will be highest, will be maximum. Speed at the corner will be the minimum. And therefore, most amount of storage, most amount of consolidation will happen in the borders. These will create natural levees. So this is correct. This is correct. River terrace is happening because of erosion. So no. Plunge pool because of erosion. So no. Deltas because of deposition. So this is correct. So now you know the correct answer, only 3. Okay, now one of the most famous and favorite questions of UPSC in the borders. These will create natural levees. So this is correct. This is correct. River terrace is happening because of erosion. So no. Plunge pool because of erosion. So no. Deltas because of deposition. So this is correct. So now you know the correct answer, only 3. Okay, now one of the most famous and favorite questions of UPSC and other examinations. This is about the arrangement of the mountain hills and where do they belong to. So if we proceed from south to north, we have to move in this fashion. We have to arrange the hills. Vindhya Hill, Mahadev, Satpura and Ajanta range. For this you must know where they are located. Vindhya in Madhya Pradesh. Vindhya is in Madhya Pradesh. So let's say this is map of Madhya Pradesh. These are the Vindhya ranges. These are the Satpura ranges. And these are the Mahadev hills. Okay. So it is extension of Satpura only. Fine. Now, Vindhya, then there is Mahadev. Ajanta range is fine in Ajanta Ellora Caves, Maharashtra. So it is here. Okay. Next one is, okay, we have finally figured out all of them. So if I arrange it in south to north order, okay, so the southernmost one would be Ajanta range. Okay. So Ajanta range. Okay. And the northernmost one is Vindhya range. So 2. So naturally I got the answer. Okay. Now, I also want to show you a UPSC question asked in last year. Amarkantak hills are at the confluence of Vindhya and Sahyadri range. Now, as I've already shown you in the Madhya Pradesh map, this is Vindhya and this is Satpura and this is where comes Amarkantak, which is the basically origin source of Narmada river. Okay, this is not Sahyadri. Sahyadri is in Western Ghat. Okay, Bili Rangan hills constitute the easternmost part of the Satpura range. This is Satpura. Okay, it is in Madhya Pradesh. Bili Giri Rangan is a South Indian name. It's not coherent. Second statement is incorrect. Seshachalam hills constitute the southernmost part of the Western Ghat. No, it is Cardamom hills. So again, this is incorrect. And in fact, Seshachalam hills is much more northwards. So therefore, the correct answer is only 1. Now, about the structure of a volcano. Types of volcano. There can be different type of volcano, cone type of volcano, caldera type of volcano, fissure type of volcano. So first of all, calderas are characterized by explosion, eruptions of cooler and more viscous lavas than basalts. If something is more cooler and viscous, it will definitely lead to creation of loftier volcanoes. Caldera is basically something like this. Caldera is a volcano which was under such a high heat that it collapsed within itself. So the height reduces and it leads to creation of a very large hole. This is a caldera. And this is not because of heavy viscous lava. Heavy viscous lava forms composite volcanoes. For example, Stromboli. For example, Etna. These are one of the most disastrous volcanoes because these are composite in nature formed by viscous lava. So, this is incorrect. Okay. Composite volcanoes tend to collapse on themselves rather than building any tall structure. This is incorrect. Again, the Deccan Trap of Maharashtra are example of larger flood basalt province. So, this is correct. Only 3 is the correct answer. Fine. Okay. Next question is about the variation in the gravitational force observed across different parts of the earth. So, this is not how our earth looks like. Our earth is like this. It is of geoid shape. We know that the distance, let's say from the core, which has got the maximum gravitational pull, the distance of the equatorial points is greater as compared to polar points. This is lesser distance, which means more exertion of gravitational pull. So naturally, as a result of this, what will I see? More gravitational pull will be observed in the poles. So first statement, it is experienced on the surface of near the pole is greater than that of the equator. This is correct. And the correct reasoning is also given over here because of the distance. So answer is 1 only. Next one is about P wave, S wave, also asked in the UPSC examination. Now please understand. What happens is, whenever due to plate tectonic activities, two plates rub off each other in the lithosphere, in the part of the earth crust only, there happens a very strong stress among the two plates, which creates a lot of waves, which can be divided into two forms, body waves and surface waves. Body waves can spread in all the direction from this area of the release of energy, which is known as focus. This is core, this is mantle. Okay, body waves are divided into two parts depending upon at what time and which particular. Hello and welcome to the Power Up test discussion of the NCERT test. This is a calendar. Okay, so this will, I think, the wave is part of the Western Ghat. No, it is Cardamom Hills. So again, this is eruptions of cooler to creation of a very large hole. This is a caldera. And this is not because of heavy viscous lava. Heavy viscous lava forms composite volcanoes, for example, Stromboli, for example, Etna. These are one of the most disastrous volcanoes because these are composite in nature, formed by viscous lava. So, correct, this is incorrect. Okay, composite volcanoes tend to collapse on themselves rather than building any tall structure. This is incorrect again. The Deccan Trap of Maharashtra are example of larger flood basalt province, so this is correct. Okay, next question is about the variation in the gravitational force observed across different parts of the earth. So, this is not how our earth looks like. Our earth is equatorial points is greater as compared to polar points. This is lesser distance, which means more exertion of gravitational pull. So naturally, as a result of this, what will I see? More gravitational pull will be observed in the poles. So first statement, it is experience on the surface of near the pole is greater than that of the equator. This is correct. And the correct reasoning is also given over here because of the distance. So answer is 1 only. Next one is about P wave, S wave, also asked in the UPSC examination. Now please understand. What happens is, whenever due to plate tectonic activities, two plates rub off each other in the lithosphere, in the part of the earth crust only, there happens a very strong stress among the two plates, which creates a lot of waves, which can be divided into two forms, body waves and surface waves. Body waves can spread in all the direction from this area of the release of energy, which is known as focus. This is core, this is mantle. Okay, body waves are divided into two parts depending upon at what time and which particular wave is reaching first and which is coming last. So there are broadly two waves, the P waves and the S waves, as you can see from here. Okay, so this is the region of focus. Okay, and this is from where the energy releases happen, erupted into all the directions of the earth, and finally you can see that the first one to reach the surface is a primary wave. Therefore, the speed of the primary wave is also better, and also it is higher as compared to secondary wave. And also it can pass through all the kinds of matter, solid, liquid, and gas. Okay. So basically it can pass through solid, it can pass through liquid, and therefore as a result of this, it can spread in all the direction. The shadow zone, the regions which have not received the P waves remain less as compared to that of S wave. This question was asked in UPSC. Second, coming to S wave. S waves are the secondary wave which comes on later. Why? Because they also, first of all, speed is less as compared to primary. Second, they can only pass through solid material. They cannot pass through liquid. So definitely the shadow remains more. Now, when it reaches the surface waves are the one which are most disastrous and destructive in nature. But let's first talk about the options. P waves have a higher velocity as compared to S wave. Naturally, that is why it is able to come primarily. It comes first. This is correct. P waves can travel through liquid, solid and gases. S wave only through solid. This is correct. I've already told you. Next, motion of S wave is perpendicular to the direction of the wave travel. Now, imagine a spring. You and your friend have held them from the end. Okay. The moment you push the spring in this direction, it will get a force, and this person will be able to finally get a hit like this. Okay. So basically, this is like a to and fro action towards the direction of wave propagation. This is how primary waves work. So primary waves basically compress and expands the material in that direction. But what about the surface waves? What about the secondary waves? They basically, it's like, again, you and your friend are holding the spring, but you have pushed the spring in this direction. So this will create a S-like loop. So basically, the movement of matter is happening perpendicular to the direction of the wave propagation, which can create shocks on the surface, resulting into more destruction. So this statement is perpendicular to the direction of wave is absolutely correct. So correct answer is 1, 2, and 3. Similar question asked in UPSC 2023 examination. In a seismograph, P waves are recorded earlier. Absolutely correct. In P wave, individual particles vibrate to and fro. I've already told you correct. S wave, particle vibrate at right angle to the direction of wave propagation. Absolutely correct. So both of them are right. Now, we will talk about the volcanic intrusive and extrusive landforms. This is particularly about the intrusive landforms limited beneath the crust of the earth. So what happens when a large magma chamber starts releasing its magma? It forms a conduit. If this conduit cools off before reaching the surface of the earth, it will not lead to creation of volcano, but it will lead to creation of some of the intrusive volcanic landforms. Which are these? First of all, these are batholiths. Batholiths are these large magma chambers. These large chambers which have cooled down. These are intrusive landforms, the most extensive of the volcanic landform. The second one is when it is flowing through a conduit and suddenly it starts creating itself in the form of as if it is sat down in the lap of a particular syncline. That is known as lopulith. If it is now moving in the form of a conduit and it is getting condensed over here and then here and then here in a syncline and anti-syncline fashion, then these are known as phacoliths. If the conduit has been strong enough to deposit huge amount of magma in it, then these are known as laccoliths. Okay, so this will make you answer this question. Also, please understand, if the consolidation and condensation has happened in this fashion, in horizontal fashion, these are known as sills. If it has happened in perpendicular direction, it is known as dike. For example, these are dikes, perpendicular, and these are sills, horizontal. Okay, so this will make you very easily answer this question. Question number 46. Now, in these type of question, you don't have to overthink a lot. Okay, these are the causative agents, and about anything can be a causative agent for the variability of the insolation, which could be rotation, which could be angle of inclination, of course, length of the day, of course, transparency to the atmosphere, that will allow the amount of insolation, configuration of land in terms of aspect. So, you cannot negate any one of them. And in such question, consider all of them as correct. Okay. Now, next question is about the ports, again asked in UPSC PYQ. Currently, we have got 13 major port and about 200 minor port. What is the difference between major and minor? Major port are managed by central government, basically Ministry of Ports and Shipping, etc. But the minor ports are managed by the state maritime board, basically by the state government. That is the difference. Okay. Now, what are the specialities of the major ports? You should remember, first of all, which is the oldest of the day. Of course, the lap of a particular, and suddenly it starts creating itself in the form of as if it is sat down in the lap of a particular syncline. That is known as lopulith. If it is now moving in the form of a conduit and it is getting condensed over here and then here and then here in a syncline and anti-syncline fashion, then these are known as phacoliths. If the conduit has been strong enough to deposit huge amount of magma in it, then these are known as laccoliths. Okay, so this will make you answer this question. Also, please understand, if the consolidation and condensation has happened in this fashion, in horizontal fashion, these are known as sills. If it has happened in perpendicular direction, it is known as dike. For example, these are dikes, perpendicular, and these are sills, horizontal. Okay, so this will make you very easily answer this question. Question number 46. Now, in these type of questions, make you very easily answer this question. Question number 46. Now, in these type of question, you don't have to overthink a lot. Okay, these are the causative agents, and about anything can be a causative agent for the variability of the insolation, which could be rotation, which could be angle of inclination, of course, length of the day, of course, transparency to the atmosphere, that will allow the amount of insolation, configuration of land in terms of aspect. So, you cannot negate any one of them. And in such question, consider all of them as correct. Okay. Now, next question is about the ports, again of land in terms of aspect. So, you cannot negate any one of them. And in such question, consider all of them as correct. Okay. Now, next question is about the ports, again asked in UPSC PYQ. Currently, we have got 13 major port and about 200 minor port. What is the difference between major and minor? Major port are managed by central government, basically Ministry of Ports and Shipping, etc. But the minor ports are managed by the state maritime board, basically by the state government. That is the difference. Okay. Now, what are the specialities of the major ports? You should remember, first of all, which is the oldest port of India. This is the Calcutta port. That you should remember. Which is the largest port of India? It is Mumbai port. But which is the largest container port of India? It is Nhava Sheva. Nhava Sheva was basically a kind of satellite port because the Mumbai port was getting a lot congested. So in order to remove some of the congestion out from there, a very closer Nhava Sheva port was created. This is an artificial port. Okay. The next one is which is the deepest port? The deepest port is Visakhapatnam port. This is also artificially created, and the Chennai port is also artificially created. You must also remember Vinur port. Okay. Then, which is the port which is the first ever privately owned port of India? So, of course, by Adani. So, this is basically your Mundra Port. Okay. So here we'll try to match. Jawaharlal Nehru Port at Nhava Seva is the largest container port of India. Absolutely correct. Visakhapatnam is landlocked harbor. Yes. It is only linked with the Bay of Bengal via a very small channel of water. Okay. Mormugao Port is located in Goa. And Goa, it is very similar. It is a place where the Zuari River also flows. Okay. Kochi Port has the advantage of being close to the Suez-Colombo route. Okay. So therefore, when a lot of, in the time of British also, when they used to generally come to the Kochi port or Calicut port itself, okay, because this was the shortest route. So all of them here are correct. Now let me bring you to the PYQ asked. So here is the PYQ. K. Kamarajar Port has been asked, Mundra Port has been asked, Visakhapatnam. Please try to answer it by your own. I've already told you all about it. Hello and welcome to the power of test. Enhance their capability so that they themselves become and form the most extensive of the volcanic lava. Hello and welcome to the best port of India. This is the Calcutta port that you should remember, which is the largest port of India. It is Mumbai port. But which is the largest container port of India? It is Nhava Seva. Nhava Seva was basically a kind of satellite port because the Mumbai port was getting a lot congested. So in order to remove some of the congestion out from there, a very closer Nhava Seva port was created. This is an artificial port. Okay. The next one is which is the deepest port? The deepest port is Visakhapatnam port. This is also artificially created, and the Chennai port is also artificially created. You must also remember which is the first corporate port of India. This was also known as the K. Kamarajar port, and this is the Ennore port. Okay. Then, which is the port which is the first ever privately owned port of India? So, of course, by Adani. So, this is basically your Mundra port. Okay. So, here we'll try to match. Jawaharlal Nehru Port at Nhava Seva is the largest container port of India. Absolutely correct. Visakhapatnam is landlocked harbor. Yes. It is only linked with the Bay of Bengal via a very small channel of water. Okay. Mormugao Port is located in Goa. And Goa, it is very similar. It is a place where the Zuari River also flows. Okay. Kochi Port has the advantage of being close to the Suez-Colombo route. Okay. So therefore, when a lot of, in the time of British also, when they used to generally come to the Kochi port or Calicut port itself. Okay. Because this was the shortest route. So all of them here are correct. Now let me bring you to the PYQ asked. So here is the PYQ. K. Kamarajar Port has been asked, Mundra Port has been asked, Visakhapatnam. Please try to answer it by your own. I've already told you all about the important facts. Now, a very interesting question coming from human geography. It's a very ignored topic, but a very simple question if you see this. What are the approaches to human development? Human development says that there two things have to be targeted. First, improve the standard of living of human. And second is to add meaning to their lives. Okay. So at the center of this approach is human. What are we actually giving to this human to improve his standard of living and provide a meaningful life? First approach says that you provide him basic income. You provide him income. This is the most oftenly used. We generally think as if somebody is earning more, has more income, would be able to develop better. Might be true, might not be true, but this will definitely be availing him some kind of financial freedom. So yes, he's getting developed. This is one of the approach. Second is basically to provide them welfares. Welfare free of cost. For example, Manrega. For example, Jan Arogya Yojana. For example, let's say Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. So all of these government schemes, PDA scheme of ours. So all of them are welfare-oriented approach to human development. This is also to bring justice to the society. Next is the basic need approach. This was given by International Labour Organization. It said that basic needs, for example, health, education, and right to safe water and appropriate and enough amount of food, that should be given to the people. So That will aid their basic need. Second is basic to improve his standard. Nava Seva is the largest container port of India. Absolutely correct. Vishakhapatnam is landlocked harbor. Yes, it is only linked with the Bay of Bengal via a very small channel of water. Okay. Mormugao port is located in Goa, and Goa it is very similar. It is a place where the Zuari River also flows. Okay. Kochi port has the advantage of being close to the Suez Colombo route. Okay. So therefore, when a lot of in the time of British also when they used to come, they used to generally come to the Kochi port or Calicut port itself. Okay, because this was the shortest route. So all of them here are correct. Now let me bring you to the PYQ asked. So here is a PYQ. K. Kamarajar port has been asked, Mundra port has been asked, Vishakhapatnam. Please try to answer it by your own. I've already told you all about the important facts. Now, a very interesting question coming from human geography. It's a very ignored topic, but a very simple question if you see this. What are the approaches to human development? Human development says that there are two things have to be targeted. First, improve the standard of living of human. And second is to add meaning to their lives. Okay. So at the center of this approach is human. What are we actually giving to this human to improve his standard of living and provide a meaningful life? First approach says that you provide him basic income. You provide him income. This is the most oftenly used. We generally think as if somebody is earning more, has more income, would be able to develop better. Might be true, might not be true, but this will definitely be availing him some kind of financial freedom. So yes, he's getting developed. This is one of the approach. Second is basically to provide them welfares. Welfare free of cost. For example, Manrega. For example, Jan Arogya Yojana. For example, let's say Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. So all of these government schemes, PDA scheme of ours. So all of them are welfare oriented approach to human development. This is also to bring justice to the society. Next is the basic need approach. This was given by International Labour Organization. It said that basic needs, for example, health, education, and right to safe water and appropriate and enough amount of food, that should be given to the people. So that will aid their development. This is also one of the developmental approaches. Second is the capability approach. Now, according to economist Amartya Sen, he said that just by giving them income facilities, welfare facilities, and basic needs, we will not be able to develop them fully. Development means one's ability to exercise their freedom fully, to develop themselves fully. So for that, we have to enhance their capability so that they themselves become self-reliant and eventually find the ultimate freedom. So the capability approach is also, you are enhancing the capability. That is also one of the development approach. All of these statements are positive, except for dependency approach. Why would you want some human to be dependent? a dependent human will never be able to exercise freedom. So hence, except for the fifth one, all of them are naturally correct. It's a very commonsensical question, not very tough one. The next question is on very similar line, has been asked by UPSC in the PYQ about human capital formation. How will it take place? By providing them capabilities, skills, etc. By providing them something which is of intangible. Their intangible wealth is their knowledge, their idea. Okay. So 4 is the correct answer. Increasing the knowledge skill, this is the correct answer. So basically 2 and 4 are the correct answer of this question. It has been a PYQ. Next, second last question. These are the services that focus on the creation, on rearrangement and interpretation of new and existing ideas. So basically skill, this is the correct answer. Yeah, okay. So 4 is the correct answer. Increasing the knowledge skill, this is the correct answer. So basically 2 and 4 are the correct answer of this question. It has been a PYQ. Next, second last question. 2 and 4 are the correct answer of this question. It has been a PYQ. Next, second last question. These are the services that focus on the creation, on rearrangement and interpretation of new and existing ideas. So basically, this is feeding on information economy, ideative economy, interpretation and use of evaluation of new technology. So basically, we are also evaluating, which means we are taking decision making. So this is obviously somebody who's referred to as goal caller. So which profession are we talking about? Naturally, we are not talking about primary activities, those activities which are dependent directly upon the nature's basket, which means resources, which means, let's say, the crops, etc. For example, I want to grow the crop. I want to grow the crop for my consumption. Okay, wheat for my consumption. So this is a primary activity. The moment I add value to it by creating, let's say, biscuits or by creating yarn, that is secondary activity. The moment I take all this information and sell it on, let's say, Flipkart or Amazon, so I'm selling it and providing service. This is tertiary activity. But all the decision making will be done by the quaternary level. Quaternary activity is basically service-based activity, properly service-based activity, but it is not golden collar job. These are the culinary activities. Culinary activities include those which provides you highest order of power. People who are at the bureaucratic positions, management positions, who are doing research and development, all of them are part of gold collar professions. Okay. Now, last question. This is about the shifting cultivation. This is about the primitive subsistent type of agriculture where people come, slash off the land, clear the land without the use of any fertilizer, use the natural fertility of the land for growing crops. And the moment they have done it, they'll again clear it and go back somewhere else. This causes a lot of deforestation. And therefore, this is also one of the agendas of the government to reduce such kind of agriculture practice. But anyway, there are different kinds of slash and burn agriculture practice. We have to match it up with the state. So Dahiya, also known as Bevar or Bevar, it is actually correctly matched with Madhya Pradesh. This is given in your NCRT. Okay, this is given in your NCRT. You should create notes of it. Next is Penda or Podu. Podu is cultivation practice of Andhra Pradesh, slash and burn of Andhra Pradesh. Now, Koman is of Odisha. And Kuruba tribes are also there, and Kuruba practice is also done by those tribes in the state of Jharkhand. This is correct. This one is not correct. Talking about some of the other ones, Jhuming cultivation is done in all the northeast states. So northeast states do Jhuming. Okay. Pamlau is done particularly in Manipur. Pamlau is important. Please remember it. Particularly in Manipur. Pamlau is do Jhuming. Okay. Pamlau is done particularly in Manipur. Pamlau is important. Please remember it. Bevar and Dahiya is in Madhya Pradesh. Podu Penda, Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Bringa is practiced in again Odisha. Kumara or Kumari is practiced in Western Ghat. Valre or Valtre is practiced in Rajasthan. Chi is practiced in Himalayan region. And Kuruba is practiced in Jharkhand. Okay, so these are some of the slash and burn agriculture, primitive subsistence agriculture practices of India. And with this, we end the geography part of our NCRT test discussion. So thank you so much. For any query, you can visit us. Thank you so much and have a nice day. So thank you so much. For any query, you can visit us. Thank you so much and have a nice day. You are enhancing the capability. That is also one of the development approach. All of these statements are positive, except for dependency approach. Why would you want some human to be dependent? A dependent human will never be able to exercise freedom. So hence, except for the fifth one, all of them are naturally correct. It's a very commonsensical question, not very tough one. The next question is on very similar line, has been asked by UPSC in the PYQ about human capital formation. How will it take place? By providing them capabilities, skills, etc. Positive, except for dependency approach. Why would you want some
यहाँ पे भी दो ऑप्शन पे आप फंसोगे, वहां वाली काट दोगे, आप जीएसएल काट दोगे, आप फंसोगे। अगर मैं सीरियस एस्पिरेंट बोल रहा हूँ, जिसने पढ़ा है वो यहाँ फंसेगा, ए और बी में फंसेगा, श्री कृष्ण सिंह और मोहम्मद यूनुस में। अब देखो यहाँ पे जिसका कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर है ना, जिसको पता है इंडियन मिनिस्ट्री की जहाँ बात हो रही है तो मोहम्मद यूनुस आएंगे, है ना। 1 अप्रैल 19।
दोस्तों 5 बड़ी लोगों के सामने ये ऑफिशियल नोटिफिकेशन है। इन्होंने यहाँ पे बिल्कुल क्लियरली बोल रखा है कि यहाँ पे कोई भी एज लिमिट नहीं है। या अगर आपको सीयूटी के एग्जाम
without making a fashion statement. All that the people noticed was the tailoring. His suits were made from exclusive Turkish wool. Soon there was AI. Videos of Maduro singing in the suit, Maduro dancing in the suit, Maduro just existing in the suit. Even if the regime falls, at least the drip was cool. That's all that the leader was seen in a video in one of these shirts. Dictatorial regimes? No, it did not. Nike.
From battlefields to negotiation.
राइट अगेंस्ट एक्सप्लॉयटेशन इज अ फंडामेंटल राइट। तो ये एक फंडामेंटल राइट है अंडर पार्ट थ्री के अंडर ऑफ द इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। ठीक है, इट एम्स टू प्रोटेक्ट ह्यूमन डिग्निटी, फ्रीडम एंड इक्वालिटी। ये एम करता है प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए ह्यूमन डिग्निटी, फ्रीडम और इक्वालिटी को। प्रिवेंट्स प्रैक्टिसेस दैट
नमस्कार दोस्तों, रोहित है। बहुत लोग आप लोग जो हैं जो 70वीं बीपीएससी का इंटरव्यू देना चाह रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए हम कहना चाहते हैं कि 8 तारीख से 8 जनवरी से हम लोग का पटना वाला जो सेंटर है, एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर, काशी पैलेस 8th फ्लोर पर हम लोग मॉक इंटरव्यू का आयोजन कर रहे हैं। पर आप तभी आए जब आपको कॉल जाएगा। तो आपके जहन में प्रश्न उठा होगा कि कौन कौन आपके बोर्ड मेंबर हैं। तो हम लोगों के मेंटर हैं, गाइड हैं श्री त्रिपुरारी शरण सर। आप लोग जानते भी होंगे, बिहार के पूर्व मुख्य चीफ सेक्रेटरी रहे हैं, फॉर्मर चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द बिहार रहे हैं, और ही इज प्रेजेंटली द चीफ इन्फॉर्मेशन कमिश्नर ऑफ द बिहार, मुख्य सूचना आयुक्त है बिहार सरकार के। तो वो रहेंगे और आप लोग का डिमांड भी था, और सर का आना हम लोग के लिए बहुत ही गौरव का पल होता है क्योंकि उनसे सीखने का मौका मिलता है। दूसरे पैनल में रहेंगे श्री आर के मिश्रा। श्री आर के मिश्रा वो व्यक्ति हैं जो पहचान के मोहताज नहीं है, और अगर आप भागलपुर दंगा के बारे में जानते हैं तो भागलपुर दंगा रोकने में अगर सबसे कोई अहम रोल प्ले किया है तो श्री आर के मिश्रा सर ने किया है। ही वाज द डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ द पुलिस होम्स, डीजी होम्स थे, तो वो भी पैनल पे रहेंगे। तो एक वो हो गया। तीसरा जो पैनल पे हमारे साथ रहेंगे वो है श्री अमरेश कुमार। श्री अमरेश कुमार एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं, आईटीएस हैं, इंडियन टेलीकॉम सर्विस के पदाधिकारी हैं, और जब हम लोगों ने बीसीडब्ल्यू के स्टार्ट किया था वो तब से हम लोग के भाई हैं। तो उनका तो रहना ही बहुत जरूरी है। वो तो आप लोगों को फिजिक्स भी पढ़ाते थे, पर उनकी व्यस्तता के कारण वो आपको नहीं पढ़ाते हैं। पर इंटरव्यू बोर्ड उनके बिना होता ही नहीं है पूरा, क्योंकि ही इज हैविंग द वेरी गुड एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ द फेसिंग द यूपीएससी इंटरव्यू एंड क्लियरिंग दैट एग्जाम। तो अमरेश जी रहेंगे, और वो तो थ्रू आउट ही रहेंगे। फिर एक जितेंद्र मिश्रा सर है जो बीपीएससी के बोर्ड मेंबर रहे हैं, इंस्पेक्टर जनरल ऑफ द पुलिस रहे हैं। तो श्री जितेंद्र मिश्रा सर भी हम लोग के गार्जियन है, वो भी बोर्ड पे रहेंगे। उदय कुमार सिंह सर है जो फॉर्मर आईएएस हैं, वो किन कमिश्नर थे, फिर मुंगेर के कलेक्टर थे, लखीसराय के कलेक्टर थे, है ना। ही वाज द मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ऑफ द टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ द बिहार आल्सो। उदय सर रहेंगे। बहुत नामी गिरामी प्रोफेसर रहेंगे, है ना, असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर जीएसटी रहेंगे। तो इस तरह के जो भी नामी गिरामी लोग हैं वो रहेंगे और आप लोग को गाइड करेंगे। जब तक आपको कॉल नहीं जाए आप बताइएगा, क्योंकि 2-3 चीजें हैं जो बहुत हम स्पष्टता के साथ रखना चाहते हैं। पहली बात तो यह है कि जो बच्चे हमसे पढ़े हैं, क्लासरूम में बच्चे हमसे पढ़े हैं, तो पहला हक तो उनका हम पर है। अगर हम उनको गाइड नहीं करेंगे तो उनके साथ बेईमानी है, और वो संख्या हजारों में है, और जब हजारों में संख्या है तो उनको हम लोग गाइड करेंगे। अब एक बहुत बड़ा एडटेक फर्म है, आप तो जानते होंगे, वो सब पैसा से बुराया हुआ है। उन्हें कोलैबोरेशन करना चाहता था। हम लोगों ने बोला कि हमें कोलैबोरेशन की जरूरत नहीं है, हमारा कोलैबोरेशन हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ है, आप लोगों के साथ है। तो लोग बोला कि खर्च बचता है, ये बचता है। हम लोगों ने ये डिसाइड किया, बीसीडब्ल्यू टीम ने डिसाइड किया कि खर्च के कारण आदमी ईमान का तो सौदा नहीं करेगा, तो कोलैबोरेशन वगैरह कुछ नहीं है, हमारा कोलैबोरेशन सिर्फ आपके साथ रहेगा। तो हम लोगों ने इनकार कर दिया है। और आपको पता ही है कि बड़े बड़े टेक फर्म्स के पास दे हैव द डीप पॉकेट्स, पर हम लोग के पास डीप पॉकेट भले ना हो, पर हम लोग चीज को बहुत क्वालिटी ढंग से करना चाहते हैं। आपके पास कॉल जाएगा, जो भी क्लासरूम के स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने रजिस्टर किया है, आपके पास कॉल जाएगा, और वीडियो के लिंक में कमेंट सेक्शन में वो लिंक डाला होगा। तो अगर आप क्लासरूम के स्टूडेंट हैं तो जरूर रजिस्टर करिए, क्योंकि जब आप क्लासरूम के स्टूडेंट हैं तो आपको वरीयता दिया जाएगा, आपके साथ टाइम दिया जाएगा। आप 1 बार नहीं, 2 बार नहीं, 3 बार नहीं, 4 बार नहीं, 5 बार नहीं, जब तक आप इंटरव्यू के लिए रेडी नहीं होंगे तब तक आपका हम लोग हैंड होल्डिंग प्रोवाइड करेंगे। जब तक आप सिलेक्ट नहीं होंगे तब तक हम आपका हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे। सिलेक्शन के बाद हम लोग फोन फान भी नहीं करते हैं, बहुत नहीं करते हैं, चमते कि आइए जाइए, ये सब करते ही नहीं है। आपका सिलेक्शन हो जाता है, अगर आप कनेक्ट होना चाहते हैं तो होते हैं, नहीं तो जो नहीं सिलेक्ट हुए हैं हम लोग उसके साथ खड़े रहते हैं, है ना। तो जरूर रजिस्टर करिएगा। आप किसी कोर्स में है तो उसका बेनिफिट ये होगा कि हमें बोर्ड डिसाइड करने में सहूलियत होता है। एक बोर्ड से आप संतुष्ट नहीं, फिर दोबारा बोर्ड में लेके चलेंगे, सर एक बार कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आया, फिर चलिए दूसरे बोर्ड में चलिए, तो हम आपको हैंड होल्डिंग प्रोवाइड करेंगे। वेन्यू क्या है? 8th फ्लोर काशी पैलेस, डाक बंगला रोड। डाक बंगला के पास 8th फ्लोर काशी पैलेस है, वुडलैंड और मुची के जो शोरूम है उसके ऊपर पे है। बीसीडब्ल्यू का एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर है, अगर आप गूगल में डालेंगे तो आपको मिल भी जाएगा। तो बहुत रिनाउंड प्रोफेसर भी आएंगे, प्रोफेसर विजय कुमार सिंह सर रहेंगे, कुछ वाइस चांसलर्स रहेंगे, कुछ रिटायर्ड जज रहेंगे, वो भी मेंबर्स रहेंगे। देखो 2-3 चीज है ऑन रिकॉर्ड आज कहना चाहते हैं, कोई इस पैनल को बीट नहीं कर पाएगा, क्योंकि इन लोगों को बुलाना जो होता है वो अलग चीज है। इनको आप पैसे से खरीद नहीं सकते हैं, पैसे से बुला नहीं सकते हैं, आप अपने संबंधों से ही बुला सकते हैं, इनको रिस्पेक्ट से ही बुला सकते हैं। ये सब वो लोग हैं जो अपने आप में हस्ताक्षर है। नहीं तो मिलने के लिए तो क्या 2500, 3000, 4000 में भी इंटरव्यू मिल जाएगा, बैठा दीजिए सूट कोट पहना कर, है ना। तो ये वो लोग हैं जो अपने आप में हस्ताक्षर है और जो बिहार को कुछ देना चाहते हैं, बिहार का जो आने वाला जो सिविल सर्वेंट का ग्रुप है उसको गाइड करना चाहते हैं। तो इसका आप फायदा उठाइए। आपको कॉल जाएगा, कमेंट बिलो लिंक रहेगा, उसमें अगर आप बीसीडब्ल्यू के स्टूडेंट हैं तो जरूर रजिस्टर करिएगा, आपको कॉल चला जाएगा। 8 जनवरी से हम लोग स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। पुनः बोल रहे हैं कि भीड़ बढ़ाने से कोई फायदा आपको होगा नहीं, है ना। हमारे वरीयता में जो हमारे कोई भी कोर्स में इनरोल्ड थे, करंट अफेयर्स हो, फाउंडेशन हो, अमोघ हो, टेस्ट सीरीज हो, कोई भी हमारे कोर्स में इनरोल्ड है, हम उनको वरीयता देंगे। उनको हम तब तक हैंड होल्डिंग प्रोवाइड करेंगे जब तक उनका सिलेक्शन नहीं होता है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि बाहर के लोगों को हम लोग हेल्प नहीं करेंगे, बिल्कुल करेंगे, पर हमारा ऑर्डर प्रायोरिटी बहुत क्लियर है। आपको हमको पता है कि आपको बुरा भी लग रहा होगा, यूट्यूब पर कहना भी सही नहीं है, पर यही है जो है सो है। जो चीजें हैं वो आपके सामने स्पष्टता के साथ रखी जानी चाहिए। तो क्लासरूम वाले जो बच्चे हैं उनको वरीयता मिलेगा, क्योंकि हम लोग कंपटीशन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के कंप्लायंट ग्रुप है। अगर ये बच्चा सिलेक्ट होगा तो इसका मेरे पास प्रूफ रहता है, तभी तो इसका हम फोटो डाल सकते हैं, हम सिलेक्शन तो कर सकते हैं, है ना। क्योंकि सिलेक्शन खत्म होने के बाद तो फिर आप बोलते हैं कि नहीं कोचिंग का तो कुछ जरूरत नहीं है, फिर तो आप बोलते हैं एनसीईआरटी पढ़ो, फिर तो बोलते हैं कोचिंग सब बेकार है ना। अगर आप ये सब नहीं कर आएंगे तब तक फिर आपको खुदा होने का, कॉल सेलिब्रिटी होने का तमगा कैसे मिलेगा। तो हमारा जो क्लासरूम वाला बच्चा है उसको तो हमको ध्यान देने की जरूरत पड़ती ही है ना। तो आपको कॉल जाएगा और 8 जनवरी से हम लोग स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। 8 जनवरी से हम लोग भी पटना रहेंगे, और आइएगा तो पूरी व्यवस्था के साथ आइए, क्योंकि उनका थोड़ा सा जो भी डिग्निटरीज रहते हैं उनका सुरक्षा का भी प्रोटोकॉल वगैरह रहता है। तो आपको कॉल जाएगा तो आप जरूर आइए, ठीक है। और तब तक हैंड होल्डिंग प्रोवाइड करेंगे जब तक आप संतुष्ट नहीं। साइनिंग ऑफ फॉर द डे, रोहित।